Hey guys, it's Zhang Kai with another game of Total War 3 Kingdoms. We're here with the Empress, the Queen of the North, Zheng's campaign. We're facing off against the Ma clan here. Now, importantly, even though they have 3 armies here, which is going to be 8 generals, and though they're all, mostly scary, we at least have half strength in one of the stacks, a third strength in another one of the stacks. So it's really just like facing, 3 quite scary heroes plus 2 armies, not like facing 3. We're going to see how we can do. We're also defending. We've got a plan, right? We've got a plan. It's to fight in trees where our lack of forest penalties will boost our chances of victories. Now, importantly, it's quite nice, thick scrubland here, right? We don't have the vanguard. We don't want to get caught out. So we're just gonna... So we have peacekeepers to soak fire, and then we'll have 2 different ranged block chance things, so we should be able to make the early harass work pretty nice. And we have, like, a lot of Fist of the Bandit Queen, right? Because they're not gonna want to fight us here, but they're gonna have to. And we have, like, our great infantry, and I think the forest penalties, that's gonna be what catches them. We need the sword guard back here being clever. We should probably put them in 3 and just have a big cav blob to deal. Alright, well. Now they all have bows. They're not amazing bows. However, we do at least have 2 people with shields here. They're wearing the shields, so they and they've got... Yeah, we got a couple of good bows here. So in conjunction with our abilities, we'll hopefully be able to get some work in here. Because if they want to get all of the armies in, we don't want that. They have some good cav, but, we're going to hope to... take advantage of the trees, or, come up here, and what we want to do now is just, like, take shots at the marauders, right? We could take shots at the horse cav, but honestly, more worried about the marauders, and we're just going to give ourselves... the power there, and we got ballistic rain. We're just trying to get anything working here before it starts up. And that we certainly got something out of it. And here they've got a ranged block chance ability too, so we'll roll that one. And now we'll just take shots at the hunters here. Keep our cav archers going back. We've already taken some losses there. Not what we want to do. Of course, the Qin peacekeepers. Alright, we need to get out of here. They'll be a little slow to wheel, but if we get the cav out in front of the rest of the troops, of course, they don't know where our forces are, right? They just have to guess. Yes, they have to guess, and who knows how good of a job they will do at that. And Cav without forest penalties are a world of difference from the ones who have them. And these guys peeked out their heads a little bit far here, so we're just gonna bounce on it. Get a flank charge there, and the brave Highland Raiders coming in. We're gonna hit a roar here. And they almost get a charge. Boom. Beautiful. We just need to pull the peacekeepers back and back. Because that was exactly what we wanted to see there. We're going to charge up this way, and we need to get the headhunters into action. It's time to dismount, and we are going to have them in a great spot here. Of course, now fire arrows are coming in. You know, gotta be prepared for that. And they hit a big roar here. I'm not worried about it. I think our morale is going to be just fine. I think actually it's him who's going to need to be worried as we move the beat down here. Even though, like, I hardly want to be in these trees as they're burning, they are really, really getting tuned up here. Just as planned. And we see Ma Chao there, and that means we're going to try to take a shot at him here. We're going to make everybody unbreakable just in case they were thinking about running. I don't think they were. I think they were brave. But we are about to be... Alright, we'll hit a ballistic rain here. Beautiful, beautiful stuff. Ma Chao dies, Ma Teng flips out, as do the rest of these people, but I think Peng De is not here yet. We gotta remember that that is still in the offing. Speaking of in the offing, we have allowed our infantry to get a little bit out in the open here, chasing somebody, but it'll be okay. We just need to get pressure on this way. And here, Ma Chao is fallen, or Ma Teng is fallen. Ma Chao had already fallen, and now we just need to get into motion here. Beautiful stuff. And we need to get the Fury of Bahai double quick out of the trees here. Now, unfortunately, we leave these Fists of the Bandit Queen unsupported a little bit. I think there's no, like, clean way to solve that, though, so we're just going to move out this way. So we very much need to punch up the middle here and get into this big ranged unit blob, which we can do once we get back on our horses there. But here, we just need to get in here among the archers, because as soon as, we make contact at all with this range line, it is going to crumple. And that's exactly what we see. Perfection. You know, they couldn't see how many bandits we were. And we play it like a dream. Good morning, Ellie. Great stuff. You know, to think that I thought maybe we wouldn't win. I mean, it's not over yet. They still have reinforcements to come. But these fools. These fools. They'll see. They'll all see. But here we are doing the important and challenging work of mopping up the foe. Alright, these guys are already engaged. Alright, there's Pengde. Pengde is like a hardcore dude. We have to be quite careful about him. But he wasn't out when all of his Oathsworn and stuff were getting popped. So he'll run away. Alright, we need to escort Huadanli off of the map. There you go, Momsy. You can go. Huadanli, of course, the wife of Ma Teng and mother of the Ma clan. And a big legend in our personal runs. You know, not in this one, we weren't able to get her. We got Ma Yunlu, her beloved daughter, who's also a bit of a legend. But we have won, like, entire campaigns on the back of getting Huadanli into our stack. And just, like, she's such a menace. I love her. But we need to get on the man because he's gonna have too much fun here. He's not that heavily armored. His weapon is crazy. And he has like a big splash damage ability. It's like a Vanguard champion, you know. And that's only okay when I do it. And we're gonna dismount real quick. Pengde gets popped. Shen Peacekeepers doing their thing. We are a bit overextended here, right? But hey, I mean, hey, what are you gonna do? Yeah, we're all over the place on this battlefield, but we won all these fights, and I believe they're about to army loss. I mean, they don't have too much more, so. Now, are we going to be able to follow this up and take the land from underneath them where they are? I'm not sure. It really depends. Because I think we're going to have to go back and regroup, because we're probably going to have, like, some convalescing stacks. But an awesome victory, you know, an awesome time. We did it perfectly. We tricked him into coming into the forest. What could be in the forest, we said. 500 kills on this Lancer. You know, there's always one of my units that does exactly what it's supposed to do, and the rest of the army is just supporting them. Oh yeah, they ran way far away. Now we're still outside of replenishment range, but we're right next to it. And with this happening to them, we know it'll be a little bit of time before they're comfy there. Who's this? Who on earth is this? Oh, Han Sui, but Han Sui. Okay. I'm like, why is he even over there? Joyous occasion, a daughter has been born. Wang Fengyue has a child, and the son gets added to the grand house of Zheng. So proud of all of them. If we play for 6 more years, they'll even get to grow up. And, you know, we should probably do like a George Foreman thing and name them all our name. Han Jin levels up. Sick. Alright, so night battle could be good, but I think we'll just take... All of this is so good. Well, we've already got our healings and all of our abilities, so I think just more loot for the army seems cool. Because do we need him to be commanding? I don't think so. Yeah, not at all. Alright, so then we take this one to give them night battles and stuff. And now, you know, he can take his place as the yellow turban in charge of this wing. Her hair's a bit of a mess, that's okay. It happens to the best. Alright, so on this front, yeah, they are very messed up there, and of course here, this guy is just being a menace, but not in an appreciable way. You know, it's, oh, they got 4% foreign replen. Well, you know, eventually he would be able to get strong enough to come to one of these garrisons and hopefully lose. But here we have just enough movement with our researches and everything to pop Zhang, the end of his faction. There are now no bandits but me. No, that's not true. The whole world is a bandit paradise. Boom, baby! And here we get the completion of a very early quest, the Path of Glory. Yeah, we get income from peasantry. That'll make a dent. Public order and population growth for beating Zhang. This faction is no more. And now we're supposed to capture this, so we get this one as well for more population growth, which of course is mainly just about keeping score. And we're supposed to take Luoyang now, and, you know, I'm gonna do it. Now, right now, since a faction has been destroyed, we're going to hope to see some of them that have faction fondness in the pool here, and that's exactly what we do see. Zhang, the king of Black Mountain, welcome to the party. Bum, bum, bum. Alright, so this guy, Voice of Reason, is amazing. Okay, so 10% melee evasion for own army. This is a guy that needs to get into an army, like, now. Alright, let's find a good army for him to go into. Are we that attached to you? Luo Lily, you know, you're great. Nobody's prouder of you than us. But, you know, you're 52, and maybe it's time to go settle down. No, she's been a great fighter, but this dude's going to give 10 melee evasion to the army. The old Shields of the South. As fun as that would be. Alright, we've got plenty of the spears already. I think here then we just Are you a bandit dude? No, you are a regular dude. Oh, from Han Sui. Okay. I'm like, I feel like I recognize this guy's name. That makes sense. And he, like many of the people of the north here, elected to join Zhang probably because he lost fights to them and thought that living was good. What we're gonna do here is just rock out a bunch of Fist to the Bandit Queen. Yeah, I mean, he's not level 6 yet. Who are, of course, plenty awesome at fighting. These hidden axes can be, well, no, you know, a couple of hidden axes could be called for, since we don't have invisible stuff so much in the army. Alright. Here, buddy, here's a bow. We need to make him the kind of dragon where their abilities recharge faster. The Earth Dragon. And here they are very much on the back foot, and we are about to defeat them in detail. Because this is we just beat these 3 stacks earlier, so now that was like last turn, and then they ran away, they marched away, which means they can't run away again, and that's going to very easily let us run them over as we complete our conquest and become the Queen of the North. The Queen of the North. The Queen of the North. Because that's just that's what's hot on the streets. That's what everybody wants to see. That's what the people clamor for. And who am I? Who am I, or who would I be to deny them their glorious desires? Wuxian gets to level 6, which means well, it means that we now have a siege train here with the army. Alright, she is gonna get caught. And with that, we roll up a tremendous victory here in the north, which, you know, as soon as the armies from Korea showed up, that was basically always gonna happen, right?
平逆贼，匡扶天下。一鼓作气，目标明确。And we'll just slide this army down, and then it'll defend the north in Korea here in case Gongsun-do gets any ideas. But I think, you know, he's in the Empire now, and we're trending towards positive. And I think whenever we take the replenishment, that counts as a war atrocity, right? Because we're like impressing them into our armies is what that functionally is. But we can continue trying to get, you know, slightly better armies set up here. You know, Lishi, you're quite old, aren't you? Yeah, you're 73. Let's not give you a command, my girl. Let us let you live out the rest of your days in relative peace and relative harmony. 73 is a bit old to be going on campaign. I'm sure she won't be offended that we elected to go with somebody else. This Panlin fellow, he was a that's right, he's an armored guy, you know, he was one of our spies, and now he is here, so let's go ahead and grab him. He has a couple of Chung raiders, that's fine, you know, this commander would be better. He's level 5 now, so we can get our headhunters. Oh, he already has some. We'll keep the one Chung hunter there so we can remember where he came from. And then I guess we didn't, yeah, we didn't research that one yet. Do we want Black Mountain Hunters? I don't think so, although fine. Don't have to worry about it too much here, right? Because oh, we got the axe throwers now. I totally want to make them work someday. You know, we could just go Fist of the Bandit Queen a couple more times, and then a couple Furies. You know, he'll be level 6 before too long anyway. A couple Furies is definitely, like, desirable because of the heavy cavalry that we expect to always see out of Cao Cao. What we're just trying to do now is, we're not trying to, like, sculpt all these armies, but if there's, like, a level 1 in these stacks, you know, they can leave. Like, right here, you know, we've got, now we'll be able to get Zhang and do a stack, or yeah, the Moonlit Blades woman. Kind of want to do that more. She's already level 6, so we'll get her couple of peacekeepers, and then we've got a decent amount of dudes on the ground there. Spear guards are deprecated by Watchmen of the Empire, who do lack formations and like native charge reflect, but you get it out of her anyway. That gives us 3 shielded guys, and then we can go couple Royal Guard here. And we finally distributed the horses properly. This guy is good at commanding. This guy's actually totally respectable at commanding this army. Those just go to the places that you're adminning. We need to get some bows going on in here, right? That's what this army is missing. Panlin has 54 armor and, you know, limited hit points, but still is like a tanky boy compared to what you expect from a guy. Is this tree regular? That's right, he's got the Fangs of the Bat one, where it makes the people in his army punchier. You know, maybe we should have got him over here. It's fine. We can move all this around later. Now, that's everything on this side. Oh, isn't that just beautiful? Look at our holdings. Look at the green. Gangsun-du is part of the Empire, plus he's paying me, so that's all part of the same color too. Now, we are losing
我已迫不及待聆听足下佳言。
Oh, wow. That's super funny. Okay, so I didn't realize this goes on. When they're in your empire, there's a downside for you too, is you're paying them to be in your empire. Well, now I know. It's okay. So we're not actually losing money from him, but now we're not gaining money anymore. We're paying him back just a little bit more than he pays us, is how it works. But, you know, that'll be fun, and it'll be a funny thing in case he decides to want to get stronger. But knowing that, we probably want to cede a little bit of his land. It's funny. Because you get their taxes, but you share your tributaries with them. So it's not like they're getting your money that you're making, but they share in the tribute that your empire pulls in, which makes sense. But also is very bad for us. No, we'll continue researching the qualities of the North here. No, we wanted something over here, didn't we? Yeah, Followers of the Flame. That's what I wanted. And the turn after that, we can get something else. All right. So on this front, of course, Xiahou Dun is now trying to get in at us, and but the thing is we have we have a bunch of quite strong armies here now, and you know, some that are just technically armies. But Zhang Kai, you know, he's like a real killer. And this dude has peeked out his head, mayhaps for the last time. They run there. And this farmland, of course, is not part of our concerns. We roll in here and very casually beat this dude up.
今日此胜，乃承天之恩泽。
With a 3v1.
他们受的苦也够多了。
And now they're gone. Unyielding Earth is what we're moving towards there. Nothing like increasing your melee evasion by 100. What we want to do here is move such that if this person tries to attack, we'll be able to reinforce it there. And then we don't really need another army on this side on account of how all of these armies are now exactly where we want them to be. This army is near enough to being full health. We're going to move in march down the road. This is really just in hopes that we can make contact with Pingyun there the next turn. We'll see how that works out for us. And here, even though I normally love this building a whole lot because it's research rate and all, I don't want to build this any higher. Well, no, we don't need the public order building. What we want to do is build a granary here on the knowledge that Gongsun-du may one day want to stand against us, right? And if we have the granary here, then he'll, you know, he won't be able to knock down the people that we have protecting the inside. Do we have an underling spot there? No. Because, you know, it's possible, though, that he will ultimately like us. Because he's trending towards a positive, and now that I know that the Empire shares and shares alike in the tribute, you know. So really, it's a sweet gig for him. And honestly, I regret that. No, it's fine. we can literally just walk into his land and absorb it whenever we want. Like, you don't even have to fight. I don't know if you even take a diplomatic penalty, but that's what the Empire means, is you can just go and annex it. So, what we want to do here is lay another trap, right? That's what we want to do. We want to go right here and lay another trap, because these fools, led by the foolhardy Xiahou Dun, who still has both of his eyes right now. Good for him. Because these are... Yeah, we have 7 armies coming down the coast there, and these 4 armies were probably going to take care of business, but... Alright, and on this front... I almost want to press the issue. You know, let's just be safe about it. Go to ambush here. We have max replen from buildings and such, so... Now we're down to only... It's so funny seeing us paying him to be in the Empire, but you know, it's alright. It gives us happiness and legitimacy. And I totally wouldn't have done it if I'd known. That's pretty funny, though. That's, you know, when you accidentally make a bandit empire and you gotta start sharing. Alright, is there anybody else from that faction who has showed up? There's not. Alright, now we're... Lady Chu Hui. You know, not... Ah, Chupan! And Gongsun Fan. Well, we know he is a bit of a madman. That'd be a good turncoat to get, right? But I bet we can get even more people here, right? So we run interference. And we know that we only need like the 60 or whatever to do it. Yu and Yin, haha. Oh, it only costs... Okay, it only is the +3 this time, so we can do it again, I bet. There we go. And now we are going to be breaking it open. With like 2 of these every turn or so. They're about to be a very unhappy faction. Yeah, we're... Wu is about to fragment apart thanks to our efforts here. He was -1 on it. Well, that's too bad. You know, they might catch him next turn. Heyo. Well, here's a good pickup. Alright, so now Wu is a pretty upset place. It is riddled with spies, and we are about to start picking it apart with our mass satisfaction bomb against them. You know, we'll show them to fight against us. All in the efforts, of course, of one day making Sun Tzu slightly upset. So yeah, we've gotten him down to 73, which, you know, we just need a couple more turns, right? And maybe we'll be able to get him, and I would love that. He's got this bow called the Black Dragon, which is very cool. Oh, and the G of Heavenly Mandate. Yeah, they got him all dressed up. And I would absolutely love the Sun family to join up with us. That is my idea of a good time. Now, what we want to do here is just move here and go to ambush, hoping that they will be provoked into misadventure. But Sima Yi and his trebuchets are on their way to this pass, so it's bad time for our foes, but not for me. Song Jian is almost certainly going to want to break out from under. You know, it's funny because they don't want to join the Empire, but I don't think the AI understands that they would have to pay me either. But I would have to pay them right back. So they don't pay me to be in the Empire, you know. The tribute was a different thing, I think. But it is a nice touch. Because it's like, if you don't have that many vassals and you bring them into the Empire, you know, you're still getting all of that, and then the benefits of being able to, you know, just take the land they take. If it is, you know, bountiful. Now, what we want to... I mean, the gate pass guard... We still have to stay here, right? Yeah, I mean, like, we're not trying to cross the river into the dark. Boom. Plus 40 morale when attacking. Decent. And there's Liu Chong, 72 years old, the Prince of Qin, is up here and fighting with his royal guard under the flag of Songjian. He said, if this is how the Han Empire is going, count me out of China entirely. I'll be in Bermuda. Alright, I think that's everything. Because the thing about our enormous network gain for our spies is basically every turn we're going to be getting to do these abilities that should be, you know, much more spread out in a normal scenario. But, you know, the world is riddled with people who, you know, they clamor for the Bandit Queen. They've heard of the amazing invisible elephant, and they wish to hear its trumpet in their own halls, you know, and to be fair, we don't really tax anybody, you know. Any taxes that you pay just immediately fall to corruption, which is fine. We're going to assume that it's not frozen, and that Wei is just, like, thinking pretty hard because they have a lot going on, and that's exactly what happens, you know, here in the later game when they've got, you know, 15 armies to move around. Good stuff. The flags are fluttering. Wu isn't thinking as hard. And crucially, they fell right into our trap on this side. Liu Song's forces of the Kingdom of Chu did. They came in and besieged the castle while we were in ambush outside of it. And now They are running back at us again, but if we just back up, I don't think they catch us. Yep. And now they're all out of position, and I believe Dianfeng's army is like this close, and that is going to be a wonderful little mishap to the enemy. And all right, plus 20 maximum cover when spying. Did he do that to me, or all right? And Gang Sufan got caught out and then came home, I think. Lu Zheng has a son, glorious. Many sons being born to the family. Ooh, a daughter has been born to Dianfeng, who, you know, in his old age, is now, you know, has a grandson, or has a son that will be part of the imperial line through our adopted daughter, the magician Zheng Jimin, who, you know, was 38, but, you know, a little old for pregnancy, but not very old indeed in the grand scheme of things, and, you know, a happy family, and hopefully he will live to be many years older to enjoy all of this. It's so nice seeing our children grow up, and hopefully we don't win the game before one of them gets old enough to fight. No, we've got 6 more years. I don't know if we can make it that long. No, we'll see. Of course, I don't know if we'll ever play for 6 more years, given that all I do is talk and never play. All right, so what we want to do now is go across the top here, because guerrilla deployment plus wisdom will happen on level 8. Yeah. And we could have redeployed her, but we'll just go there. And, you know, the important work of hanging out will fall to them. The forthcoming arbiter. 10 melee evasion for spear retinue on retinue. Decent. But are you a spy, sir? Yes, you definitely are. And this is Gonson Zan's son? Question mark? No. Not sure. Here, Shunyu and Gaoshun. Gaoshun, how could you abandon Cao Cao's side? And what we see here is that Cao Cao is very much wanting to make it across the river, and we have very perfectly drawn him into our trap. So what we can do here is just take this 1v1 and casually roll him up. Because being able to have armies on this side of the river, like, we just beat them up. Because we know they have to sacrifice so much movement and potentially military supplies in order to make it across. And we are quite comfortable to, you know, wait around and defeat them. We ambush there. Move his army over. Here, we're just wanting to make contact, and that's exactly what we do. And it's like, you're gonna have to do this fight. I mean, I'm not. We're just gonna walk up. Oh, this army would have made it as well. Oh! But that's the good work there. Gaoshun, I'm confident that one day you may join me.
释放俘虏，此等匹夫，
乱军终于得以平息。
And Yan Yan, my man, gets to level 5. I think getting charged to gate is better than going over to resolve, actually. La Tigre! Now we can get La Tigre. And honestly, we absolutely have to get them into one of my armies. I'm not sure how, I'm not sure where. I don't know how I'm going to make it make sense. But now that we've got them, we have to do it. Also, Followers of the Flame, don't mind if I do. And we're just going to Fist of the Bandit Queen it up, because of course they are the punchier version of Hidden Axes. They're not invisible, but, you know, we're going to care a little less about that than we are about their stand-up power here. For this crew. Awesome stuff. We're about to have the sweetest armies. They've done an assignment in this area that makes us have lower ranged power. Well, that's smart, but not smart enough. As the Grand Army, the army of the conquest of Korea, charges out of the north. Beautiful. Just beautiful. We're gonna give him some food, you know, to induce him to like us. And then I guess, you know, him having more land because he's a tributary will also always pay us. I'm like, could we even ever break that? I don't think so. The trade agreement would only make us more, but yeah, we're just gonna, you know, we'll just give him a merc contract here. Yeah, this is actually gonna be great, right? Yeah. So we're probably not gonna give him much land at all, but we'll get our bar of power for Taions, and that'll always make Gongsun do, you know, bound to us. And then, you know, we can always give him a little bit of something somewhere. You know, give him a gate pass over here to duplicate him. All right, the bandit network extends, and we want to grab. Yeah, like, you know, both of these give us. This gives us 10% ammo, which is pretty desirable, but we're gonna, you know, let's get the rest of the Nonman thing to represent our knowledge of the tribes. We're not trying to go into the Nonman lands. We are ex post facto saying, oh yeah, our network is there. Of course it's there. Otherwise we wouldn't have been able to go in there. And here, of course, we are. Our little frosty axes, always a nice touch. And the Lady Yon, who we would love to have in our faction because she can train children up in the way that they should go. She will add a cricket just for luck. But She unfortunately doesn't want to join us yet.
这群人只会拖我们后腿。我所看重之人，皆是精兵良将。绝不留情，斩尽杀绝。利用好风雪做掩护。
We've got visibility on all these lands because of assignments. We're going to go for a little bit more. Ooh. They are not good at not getting caught. Maybe there's somebody there who's got like a big capture chance. It certainly seems that way because... Yeah, nobody's scouting that province. Got it. Maybe because level 10 Luoyang, jeez. Well, no, because plenty of these people... Yeah, she can just scout it all around. Right, there we go. And here they are going to reinforce from across the river. Which is fine. Yang gets popped again. And Kuito, who, like, you know, should fight for me. You used to pay me tribute. Remember how good that was? But we fulfill the contract, level 7 here on Huangzu. And... well, tiger suppression. Oh, it's a missile attack. Oh yeah, that makes sense. He is the guy, of course, who pops Sun Jian. I think in this timeline that happened, too. We go here, show the flag a little bit on this front. Of course, they're not going to be crossing the river. So what we're, you know, because whatever they do here, this flood is going to be coming for them. And she's at a flat 0 for peace with us. Well, you know, what I really want is to get some more tributaries so that I can share them with Gongsun-tu. No, on this front, okay, so now we've got them. Ma Chao is caught out, and we're going to be able to get our payoff for, it was 2 seasons ago that we beat all the armies that were left of the Ma clan.
我等并非蛮夷，为了天下，永不退缩。向世人宣告我军大业。设宴摆席。
And what we're really trying to do, of course, is get Ma Chao.
这次饶你们一命。
But our spies are a spying. We want to actually let it build a second, right? Because we don't really remember. You know, maybe that cheaper extraction or discredit was, you know, because of whatever. Well, we can try it right here, actually. Ooh, we will discredit our sister. Ooh, people talk about you, Sun Run. Because, you know, theoretically, we could get Lu Bu. But no, okay, so it looks like the discredit is fine for us to roll through. Yep. No action against us. Big money, not a single Huime. Now they are in a different faction. She got recruited here. Alright, so it's undercover network cost that adds a little more. That's okay. And we're just going to... Ooh, plus 70. Jeez, alright. We're going to cancel that one. And maybe that was a bad idea. You know, interference didn't apply there. But, you know, maybe she'll escape this problem. But some good spying, and you know, Wu's gonna be pretty upset soon, and before we know it, you know, maybe we'll get a Lu Bu out of it, you know? It's hard to say. It could happen. And on this front, of course, they got totally popped. They're both in March here, which means the follow-up here can be a devastation. And yeah, we're just gonna go in March because these armies are largely unbeat up, and that's gonna let us, you know, make contact next turn. Here, we're not scared of them at all, so we're just gonna go like so. And of course, we're gonna need some army over at Shuofang perpetually to hold on to it, or, you know, a sort of vassalage thing. Vassalage. But what we want to do now is keep ignoring this guy, because, like, what a drag. What a big ol' hassle. Yuan Tan, I would love for you to get into the army with the old man, because he's, like, got 80 armor, so him... Whenever he's pumped up with the upsetness from being around, I mean, you know, Yuan Yao, I mean, he's fine, but a little cowardly, isn't he? Can see me make contact with the gate pass? Yes, indeed.
我的目标十分明确。
讨平逆贼。
And of course, at the top level of the gate passes, they still have the Imperial troops, but hey, you know, with our quite premium army, you know, not too tricky to move in, and Ma Yunlu, proud child of the Ma family, is here to pick up on what is left on the ground. Be like, come on, join us. What could go wrong? Alright, all the armies of the north are good, and all the armies of the other north are good, and the armies of the river protection are good. Clint Eastwood has been doing such a good job hanging out at the gate passes. You know, ever since he lost that duel to a level 1 Vanguard, you know, the Empress was soured on him, I guess is the only way to say it. But he's doing his job very well. Like, you shouldn't make the mistake at this point in history of being like, this guy wasn't given an army. He was given the charge of protecting the capital. Because that guy is, like, exactly as important to the ruler, right, as the guy leading the army. Even though from, like, a, you know, amateur military enthusiast sort of thing, you know, we tend to be like, well, whoever gets the troops, that's the real guy of interest, you know. But you know, very often, you know, as a mark of favor or whatever, it's not like, oh, the emperor's mad at you, you're set to guard the capital. Well, what used to be the capital, you know. You protect the heartland, you know, while everybody else is away, like, because that's a huge mark of trust. And we can trust Clint Eastwood to not betray us. Why do we call him Clint Eastwood? It's called like Songxian or something in here. I don't know if he's a real guy. I think he was made up for it, but he's definitely supposed to be Clint Eastwood. They have like for a few coppers more for his flavor text. A reference, of course, to The Man with No Name, and or maybe maybe it's for a fistful of coppers or whatever. You know, The Man with No Name trilogy by the late great filmmaker Sergio Leone, famous for a number of wonderful films. And Shi Hui. Joyous day! A daughter is born to the Empress and Cao Ren. New blood keeps the line strong. What kind of daughter? We shall see. A baby girl who is another strategist. What kind of strategist? Oh, she's a rogue. I love that. She is a populist, selfless, and gracious baby. What a good baby. All of my favorite babies are pro-worker, you know, so this is great. You know, compared to, like, the perceptive, energetic, and intimidating baby, or the uncomplicated, intrepid, and energetic baby, you know, that's a scary baby there. Whereas the weak, charismatic, and distinguished baby will always find a place. And they've got a whole bunch of Taoist monks here, which, like, awesome. Zheng just needs to press up and we'll worry about what's going on in this front. Or is that true? Do we need to get on the river and... Because, like, I don't want to intervene in the Nemen lands. It would be better to push the song there, because, I mean... What's Wei doing? Oh, he's just fighting me. The coward. And what's Wu doing? Oh, she's just fighting me. And also... Songqian. This will give us 25% food from farming, which will actually be just like the most food, right? Tons and tons. And she's very happy, but like, when it says defection imminent, it means, right, that she's gonna chill for a while, surely. Like, yeah, 9 turns, that's fine. So this guy's bad at being a spy because he's so happy all the time. Is mistrust the thing you get from doing interference? Let's hit it again. When you get low satisfaction, it makes it even easier to do the spy things. We're just going to get her out. And we're just going to grab Juyu out as well. And the Sun Boy. Give us room for more turncoats, which because if they're upset, let's get more of them out of there, right? Let's start getting the Sun family away. Let's start breaking up the band. Gongsun-du, why won't you love me?
别来无恙。
Oh, we got him, ladies and gentlemen. We have provoked him to a mistake here.
讨平乱贼，
And
诚心四海。
you know, the classic
杀呀！
across the river mistake. They're on the wrong side of the river now. You just wait for them to come over there and then you bash them
我
down.
们的智略更胜一筹。放了他们吧，对我们毫无用，成地利之便。出发！
向前进军，原地候命。
居安思危，未雨绸缪，讨平逆贼，匡扶天下。
开战！正在行军，不断前行。
Move this army to ambush and this army to ambush, hoping to provoke them up there. And we'll just move this one
出发！
here and Yuan Yao to try to... No, Yan Yan, not Yuan Yao. Yan Yan, that's his name. Yuan Yao's in a whole other place.
Shuofang, 回家的感觉真不错。以逸待劳，后敌军。
Huang Fusong, still kicking. Still modest and stalwart. 82 years young. And fighting for, you know, what he perceives to be the Emperor of China. I mean, he wouldn't like these Southlands doing their thing, but it's the Queen of the North who will hold sway, of course. We already know who's gonna win. Dianfeng gets to level 6. And you know what that means?
大人有何打算？
Our man of the trebuchet.
静下心来，平定天下。
Yeah, because we'll just go... for the classic Trebs and guards there. He's got his fists. The White Wave Horsemen are relegated to the dustbins of history in favor of Marauders. And then here we get a Follower to the Flame, Fist to the Bandit Queen, Headhunter there, and keep 2 Horse Archers seems good. But crucially, we roll up here. And with the beatdown that we laid on Ma Teng's forces a couple turns ago, of course, they were in march for one of the turns trying to get away, and so didn't really have a lot of time to get things put together. Jiehua, welcome to the Bandit Queen's service. Zhang Fei? Zhang Fei is fighting for Songjian, as is Liu Chong. You know, at this point, there's a lot of people just trying to make ends meet in China, right? You know, we see some surprising pairings. I wonder what happened to Liu Bei. Perhaps he got rolled in to Cao Cao and then his brothers left. We haven't seen hide nor hair of him in some time, but we'll keep an eye out, you know. We know where Guan Yu is. He is in with the Kingdom of Chu, and we're hoping that with a little bit of time, he will want to see things our way. Okay, so it's just a temporary thing when you knock the purpose down. I guess it's like for a turn. It doesn't last very long. That's all right. It's like we can't discredit the faction because there's nobody that's discreditable enough to do it. They got to be a little upset before we can do it, I guess. So you gotta target it in. But hey, you know, we got a couple spies out of it. And we're just going to move up this way, reasoning that it'll be fine. And we're happy to have Ma Teng keep this land, actually.
恢复原样。全力奋战，则战无不胜。熊熊烈火。 今日又得重燃。
快去！
斩尽叛贼！
开战!
So we'll take the city too, and then we'll just leave him the one.
有话快说，交谈如此令人不悦，还是快快了结。
This guy loves us. Oh, it's because he hates Cao Cao so much.
很高兴与你见面。
Well, you know, we're not going to dissolve the Empire. I actually think this is a funny mistake. And, because really, it just pays him back, which will allow him to be strong enough to rebel if he wants to, which will be another fun thing in the game. But I imagine he'll be alarmed enough at my overall strength to not wish to do so. Do we think Cao Cao has anything over here? She, at 73, is very good at moving unseen. So she's just gonna, like, old woman tap a cane her way in.
向前进军，为了天下大义，恢复原样，一鼓作气，准备进港。
But we cross the river over here, knowing that these armies are now about to be done with Ma Teng. It's time. It is time. Not least because with this crew here, there is little and less that our foe can do. What we want to do is keep this one for the big movement range and the lower loot to the enemy. That's pretty nice, actually. Demolish this. And just build bandit building. Why? You know, it makes me feel comfortable to know that we have poison tower projectiles. Bunch of food in here. This is... yeah, you know, it doesn't matter. We're just gonna build another forge. That's what's hot on the streets. That's what the people want to see. All right, all right.
吾等大业，天意所归。一统天下。
Because for all that our army isn't like that good, we do have quite good cavalry and no forest penalties, which means that, I mean, Nanman's weakness is cavalry anyway, and beyond that, fire arrows, which we don't really have, but we could. Could someday. I'm going to swap all of these to tech rather than replen. Now we've got mercenary archers captain. You know, our bandits are perfectly fine at fighting. They're just not as good as they could be. But here, you know, the celebrated, when we're on the contract, we get some free morale on top of our already very high morale. Speaking of morale, that's all of the turn. Go. It's the spring of 214, and all is well. But we're just waiting for Wei to do all of his thinking. You know, with all the beatdowns he's taken, he's got to, like, spin up new armies. He's got to daydream about suing for peace. Not while you call yourself a king. No, he can still call himself a king after. But of course, the thing is we've got a building for negative supplies there that we inherited from him, which is amazing. We've got the negative supplies that he already has from being around in enemy territory, which he may not have teched against yet, even though Cao Cao gets a couple extra techs as a matter of course. I mean, one free one every 5 years or whatever. But and we knew he was a spy, but we hoped that he would like us. Alright, what we want to do now is... oh, wow, interference only costs 5. Well, you know. We'll see how much we can get done here, right? If we upset him... now we can use him to discredit the faction, which takes a little bit of network and some cover this turn. We can do a couple more character ones as we go. No, we'll get this guy. Like, can we use him multiple times to discredit it? I don't think so. It looks like let's send him as a spy there, right? We need more spies in the Kingdom of Wu, so we're gonna, you know, we sent in a couple, we extracted a couple, we're gonna send in a couple more. Because this wasn't working. You know, they're just too happy there. We weren't able to get them upset enough to make a difference, but that's okay. We'll be rolling home here, and then in the other parts of the north, we've got our defenders. And here they are pushed back from the river, right? And now Sun Quan doing his best there.
我等心怀忠贞，才有此胜。现在来尽情庆贺吧！
And we could give this to them. No, I don't want to give him this stuff. Maybe like a gate pass somewhere.
得以重铸。拿起武器。
And of course here, we're just going to
杀！
make some stuff. We won't quite run out of our things because of how strong our desire for fighting is. We're going to do a supply run here. That'll help them out a little bit. And then, you know, she'll be able to support from the side there. On this front, we move in here.
绝不留情！怒吼吧！
And we'll be able to roll up Ma Teng into
与我为敌者，皆不得其死。
into our tributary network once more, and I don't know if they're gonna feel brave enough to press against us again. I'm going to keep that loot building, why wouldn't we? Bum, 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 bum.
迅速出击！
击垮敌军！
立马出击！奸贼，快说！
And we're gonna sue for tribute and make him give us a trade agreement. No, he'll never give us a trade agreement. He'd rather die. But we're gonna take, you know, we're gonna get tribute and take all this money too, because, you know, this is what you deserve, Ma Teng. You're lucky. Thanks to the intercession of your daughter, who is, of course, great friends with us. We'll agree to just take your money. Some portion of which goes right back to Gonsundu.
到此为止了。
And Han Zhen is a vassal of
威加海内
Cao Cao, which means he cannot be allowed
怒火纷
to
飞，
hang out up
众将
here.
行前谈笑欢饮。
I don't really love what Songjian is trying to do here, but, you know, we'll just let him do whatever. I don't know where he's trying to go. Like, maybe he's at war with Cao Cao, and, yeah, this is the best way he can think of to do it. But, you know, he's paying us. He's plenty strong. You know, we might have to brawl with him eventually, but as he is, you know, in a big place without a lot of military supplies, we're just gonna let him run out of them by, I mean, there, and we get a double looter. Can't imagine why our neighbors don't like us.
行则同进，战则同跑。
We're just gonna go here to ambush and hope to eventually get them to come into us. Ravine warriors will get absolutely mauled against our forces here. Southern elephants, pretty nice. You know, I would love to get a few more elephants.
力求上进。
Lady Wu, what on earth are you doing on this river?
许我所需。
Lady Wu and Lu Bu alone. I mean, sure, it's Lu Bu. He's got his impure, but like, where are they trying to go? So what we're gonna do
行动起来！
is wait right here and see where they are going.
欲成大事，万不能手下留情。
No, I mean, actually, Zheng doing like a border war against the enemy and Shu. Well, I mean, it's fine. We're all doing stuff now. Yeah, we'll just move here. And if they want to take a 2v1 here, I'll be surprised. But these armies will start to roll down this way. You know, we're a little bare on this side. We're a little bare everywhere, except for right here where we have, you know, 10 freaking armies. And oh boy, is it about to pay off.
准备作战。英勇奋战。进攻！
Because we have made landfall.
追寻荣耀，船已到港。
传英名于天下。我等举义，皇天相助。
我的激情更盛了。
Level 6 on Pan Yi, the murderer. Which entitles him to, of course, a couple of Qin peacekeepers, which are just so stinking good, because with their huge shielded and missile-resistant nature, you can just, like, put them in front and, you know, be pretty comfy.
天下宿命，尽在我等。准备进港。
And now we've got the port here.
我军所向披靡，正在行进，这样行不通。
So we're going to be able to make landfall much easier, and it'll be over for these fools. On this side of things, we can just ford this river, like, right now? Well, no, because Xiahou Dun would be able to get to us. Well, in that case... Oh, yeah, no, the big army fight is going to be over here.
出发！ 相信
But we're going to get him on the river. Maybe that'll demand a response, but it'll also... Just a little bit. We're going to get right up to the crossing
齐心协力，
to threaten it. And then next turn, we'll be able to, like, probably get a little bit of movement there.
向前进军，耐心等候，敌军必中圈套。耐心等候，
And we're just going to keep on sneaking around the river here.
锐
And
不
of
可
course,
当
he's just trying to spin up his army there, which won't work. Beautiful stuff here in 214.
异想天开。
Look at all that green. Indeed. Ain't it just a beautiful sight? And Zhao Wei is going on the river to try to hit us on this front because, yes, that's exactly what happens. And we're going to retreat,
这次
which means I'm pretty sure that they are not going to be able to catch us. Well, Zhao Duan might have just caught us on the river here because he just moved in that direction. If it does happen, then we're going to lose somebody here, yeah, because you actually can't do these battles manually, so we definitely do lose the army on the river. You know... Hopefully they don't take our special armor. Because there's only auto attacks on the river at sea in general, so if they catch you, it's only auto resolve. You don't get to do the battle manually, which for us, you know, it's not so good. It would be good to be able to do that. And perfection. We have convinced them that they want to take this fight. This is craziness. They don't want to take this fight. They don't want this fight at all. I have an ideal banner color, several character stuff like really sense this color. Yeah, there's a couple that are really good. Kong Rong's is like a blue banner with a white character on. I think it's white, but anyway, it's like this beautiful color of blue. But yeah, there's a couple of blues and greens that are really, really nice. My favorite banner at all in Total War is Bashiva, who's the Tiger Warrior in Warhammer 3, who's like adjacent to Warhammer China, called Cathay, and she has like a white banner with like a sort of like aqua, like green sort of styling on it, and it's very nice. Anyway, before we do this fight, I'm gonna take a quick break, and we'll be right back for more of this. But no, I like green as a color for a banner in general, but yeah, I guess the banner color I don't like is red or shades of red, because there's a lot of them and they all look the same to me. All right. But no, Elliot, it's kind of funny that you would ask that. So, the Han Empire, right? Liu Xi, the emperor, is like the mechanic. You can capture him. You can be the prime minister. You can restore the Han, depending on what you do. But if you restore the Han, then you get the Han Empire banner, which is like not as good as a lot of the banners are. And you get the Han Empire troops, which is not as good. Because Kong Rong, we talked about before, has this awesome blue color scheme. It's so cool. But then, like, if you restore the Han, which he would definitely do, you get, like, this crummy little inferior color scheme. It's very sad. But, you know, we're just gonna... Because she's gonna give all of them snipe, right? And then we'll just wheel the trebuchet up into the trees as well. Or rather, it's got stock, so yeah. Can the trebuchet? Yeah, we'll give the trebuchet snipe in the trees. Probably at the front, so it doesn't run out of yeah. Poison shot here. We actually need her to stay in the back so that we can get snipe on this block for humor, if nothing else. This whole crew is invisible. But these Tao Penitents only have 120 range, which is, you know, you guessed it, not gonna be enough range. And we're just gonna get our we do a poison shot, we do a fire shot, we do a regular shot. You know, this is like a real gentlemanly way to play, right? And then we're going to target somebody and shoot them. The Tao Penitents, alright, they're here, poison shot there. Like, look at you, yes. Look at anyone who doesn't have a shield. Oh, they've got a shield, a bow of their own, but we'll take a shot here. Alright, so most of that wasn't hitting him, that's alright. And after getting hit with the poison shot, you know, there's no way they ever make it to the White Horse Raiders with a poison shot. You know, it just very much slows them up. Sure, you don't do a lot of damage out of it, but... you know, that just lets you run away, and when the poison wears off... you just give it one volley. And now the invisible trebuchet shooting most invisibly. I don't think the snipe I think it is not hidden, though, because it doesn't say it's hidden, even though it should be hidden. Yeah, so snipe does not work for artillery in spite of being written that it should have it. Or at least, maybe it does work, it just over... You know, I'm not sure. But we do have snipe, and that's good. And the White Horse Raiders are rocking out, and they have a huge army that's going to be coming against us. It won't do too well. Yeah, they got real decent morale, but we still have plenty of ammo on this trebuchet. And, you know, a lot of what they have is these very crummy weapons. Now, they've got good attack, but what's that gonna do, you know? These guys, low model counts, we're just gonna charge through them, right? We're gonna eat them up. Bum 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 bum. And now the Chen Peacekeepers, we're about to have them in the arc. Oh, Herbo doesn't have 360. Like, I don't know anything about you, but you're not gonna win this fight. But we are gonna toss our poison thing at him, and it never misses. It never misses. And they charge right in to a box o' death. And this lady very handily loses the fight that she intentionally got into. We keep the fellas, the elefellas, the elephantins into the back. And now charge in here and get the glaives up. Charge in here. Zarin has, of course, won. Is he on his horse? Yes, so we need to get out here. Yeah, preferably through the front, my man. And on this side, of course, they are... You know, trying to do their best, but they are finding out quickly that we've got glaives in the trees. Boom, baby. They just need to pull everybody back around. There's our missile block. And the Protectors of Heaven are going to make mince meat of these fools. Now, she is among Pearl Dragons. That's hardly what she wants to do. But this cavalry is going to run, and when it does, you know, we're taking a bunch of damage here from their range. Let's get out of here, right? Just in time for the headhunters to rip into these guys. This guy is called Dong Chao, pretty close to Dong Zhuo, but not Dong Zhuo. No, they don't sound anything alike, right? They're just spelled somewhat alike in our transliteration. The Watchmen of the Empire are doing great. We need to get the cavalry back over here. And since the forest is burning down, let's get the elephants out of there. 'Tis a silly place.
And of course, they've got a roar here. We're gonna push through the elephants there. These elephants need to get back. They're fighting something they don't want to. Probably cavalry. But actually, these guys with their big base damage do match up well against an elephant who, you know, does lack armor. But here, these elephants don't lack the power. Boom! Watch them as they crouch through the foe. We're gonna get the Qin Peacekeepers back here as well.
Ha！敌军士兵正在溃逃。
Yeah, that's the thing about bringing a lot of cav, though, is they get messy when you try to come out and take advantage of their line splintering, right? You know, because you forget, if you're me, that the cav is gonna come back after the first time it runs. You know, you gotta make it run again. But there we go, a beautiful victory over our foe, using the forest to its fullest advantage. Of course, when we're in there, we get 30% melee evasion. Do these Protectors of Heaven say 85%? They're not even in a forest. Like, is that what our faction is doing right now? Are we really getting 85% melee evasion on Protectors of Heaven? Because if we are, man, I can't wait till we get a couple more level 8 people, huh? It's only fair. The Nanjang Elephant gets 550 kills, proving that if I barely use an elephant right, they crush. And just as planned, they walk right into us. So for all that, it's like, you know, the Empress isn't doing... Yes, the elephants are good indeed. Now, they're best at, like, a super big army where you're playing right. Because if you have enough cavalry to compromise... And they have released some of our generals... If you can compromise their backline, then they can't, because elephants have, like, no armor, right? But if they don't, like, so any crummy little archer can really mess them up. But if you're dealing with their archers, and you're dealing with their cavalry, and you have just, like, your infantry going, and you can just, like, push through it, then you can do just the absolute most damage. But since I'm not that strong of a player, you know, we get, like, one of the battles where I use an elephant right in a whole campaign. It's worth it. So we'll discredit that guy. And the faction.
You know, maybe actually the reason it got harder to discredit them is that a whole lot of the unhappy people left the faction. No. Dispose of the body. Oh, he ran out of those. Well, you know, we're spying badly. It's okay. Look, if some of us get caught, that's how the aggressive spy game works, all right? No, we could pay attention to our spy resource. Liu Bei? There he is, traveling now with Yan Liang and Cao Zhen. How the mighty have fallen to working for the enemy. No, Cao Cao was hardly his enemy in this timeline. Just for a little while, he's got his Imperial troops there. So, you know, he is not going to be shrinking away from combat in the long term. But do we just let these looters take over Shuofang and... I mean, maybe, because, like, I don't care. Yeah. Yeah, we'll go with, because I don't care there. Alright. Get our Pirates of Ba. Peng Ji, Vindictive Sneak. Peng Ji is the guy who conspires with Yuan Shao to have Dian Feng slain. So we're going to get him in our faction and then kick him out. Zhu Shu. He's a spy anyway. Zhu Shu is probably a spy, but that doesn't mean we might not keep him anyway. And you're likely a spy also, but that doesn't mean we can't take your horse. Oh, speaking of, we got a Grey Elite recently. How fun. We know Sun Yi is not a spy. We extracted him from the faction. Speaking of, why not a melodic strategist? Boom, 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 boom. Resourceful, clever, loyal, brilliant, and wise. We'll grab him and then... We'll have the paranoid thug to keep an eye on these guys. He has some Jade Dragons and Tiger Guard. We're going to keep all these. The Tiger Guard, of course, give you 25% ward save to your dudes, which is very excellent indeed. And then I guess we'll just do what? Like a Keeper of the Flame, and then like a Trebuchet. Yeah. And keeping him with a shield seems good. Chu Yi, we hardly need him to be doing. Yeah, and then Guosi can paranoid thug it up. He can just like be THUG, we be, that's thug mentality all over him. And get him a bow. And get him a bow. And get him a bow too that's not as good. I was like, we gotta have a whole lot of them. But I guess, no, you know, without a shield, why don't we just give Chu Yi some killer stuff there. That army is spun up, and now we will move in this direction to assist on the pass here. And we will lift our invisible arm in happiness and joy. It's like, as funny as it would be to like make him a lord of the gate pass, you know, he hardly deserves so much. We're gonna counter the espionage. Oh yeah, we got a teaching assignment now. We shouldn't have sent her off spying. That was dangerous. We'll set them to improving the resources there, because boy oh boy is the plum of Chang'an just waiting to be taken from the tree. Here we're just going straight across.
为了大业，悉心节欲，待时而发，心怀怒火，奋勇杀敌，养兵千日，用兵一时。
No one to assist here, as we are already moving through. Can he get here? No. Well, it's certainly the direction we want to go. His army's fine enough for the moment, and we'll just bring them into support here. We'll get these to knock them off. Ah, yes, and Lu Bu and Lady Wu are continuing on their path, so love that for them. Good, great, gonna be very smart, and exactly what they hoped would happen, I'm sure. And then we beat up on this guy a little bit more. They are rocking a hard place in on this side of the river, and with like mountains and forests, right? Like, this is a miserable place to be at. It's good if you're trying to get away from your enemies and you're ahead of them. We've got 9 seasonal deployments now through new buildings that we've picked up and such, which always feels good. All right. Still at positive 139k, you know, because all the time where I'm like, man, are we going to run out of money? The answer's no. We're not going to run out of money, even though we're paying Gongsun Du a whole lot of money to exist. But now, with our now he's paying us slightly more than we're paying him back. He's part of the Empire, though, so that's good, you know. It's going to make him big and strong. It's trending towards positive 102. And that's what matters. Knowing that we're all going to be friends someday. The spies have all espied. Not well sometimes, but they have spied their spying spies. And he is likely going to walk around here, right into our trap. Which will, you know, be good. We'll be able to ambush them. They've got a lot of cavalry, and then we'll, you know, charge our cavalry right into them. Smart. Now, what we're hoping is that Lady Wu is so far from home. This is very nice. Lu Bu is the blood dragon and the warrior without equal. So, well, he is only at a 139 positive. So, you know, if we had enough spies, we might be able to get him. He has not taken the dragon's gaze yet, but that's only a matter of time. It would be nice to get him, you know, just for fun. I'd rather get Lu Ji. Although I don't think I had to tell anyone that. But if you didn't, if you've never met me before, I would rather get Lu Ji than Lu Bu. And that'll be true forever. Oh man, they got to the other side of the river. That's so smart. They auto-resolved me. They got me on the river there, and then now... Oh, that's pretty frustrating. Alright, well... It's okay, though, because now... We're where we want to be. Hit him with the negative loot thing, and... You know, on this front of it, at least, we'll just... I didn't even think that they'd be able... Because they were all the way over here, so they got on the river, hit us, and then marched to get to the other side. So gotta keep that in the old mental playbook for the future. But here, of course, if they make another foothold over there, that just annoys us as the Queen of the North. It's not, like, important in a way, like losing this land is important to him. And we get a huge negative campaign movement for the local enemy armies, which is excellent indeed. And we will demolish the hated tax building and the useless buildings of money. We get another retinue building. Amazing. Gives us movement range, takes their movement range away. It's gonna make, you know, that's probably what it was too. You know, they've got access to buildings like that because they're in their commandery, which so we would have needed to think about that. However, what we do have here is an awesome time. Do we need to march this way? I'm gonna go with no, because we're just gonna try to provoke them to cross the river. That's all we're doing here. On this front, we're fine. These armies will be able to roll in this way ere too long, and we do definitely still want to keep these guys going up to deal with this problem.
大人，有话直说。
It's like, there's not really a need to be rolling level 1s in these armies anymore. Alright, so... We've already got a red guy here with a messy retinue. Doesn't matter. Gong Sun Fan, let's get you up here, right? 2 White Horse Raiders, you can keep them. Chavy Spear Guards are pretty cool. Nah, we'll be watchmen over the Empire. Here, yeah, no, follower of the flame.
then here we'll just need to swap these guys for marauders, just like 3 of them. Boom, and then that army's plenty fine to continue onward. You know, no reason to be keeping level 1s in armies at this stage. I mean, level 2s, level 1 bandit sentinels, that's different. Ah, beautiful. We're seeing the Kingdom of Wei, you know, start to crumble a little bit. More of that where that came from. And he ran out of the network. He gets 157 a turn, and we spent too much of it. It'll be okay. You know, we could just be patient, wait a couple turns, and get... Because we got, like, a huge maximum that we've got access to. Because this gives us 5 maximum cover while spying there, which, you know, would be good. All right. Everything's good. We've got sort of a holding pattern here as we try to deal with their armies, but we've got, you know, our armies on the inside. Do we have another army in the cap? Nope, we do not. So, seeing us, they charge at us and fight a night battle that they lose. I mean, fair enough. I guess their other choice is to stay on this side of the river and fight 2 of our stronger armies. This is, like, the better choice. I mean, it's what I would do. We got a golden thing! Huzzah! We'll have to see what that is. We took it away from one of their fancy dudes. And Zhao Duan is now, like, trying to make to the sea to get up, which is, you know, that's a strategy too, you know. Get into the undefended interior. But we're going to be able to chase him down, I'm sure. And the looters come in and take the most useless land of all time at Shuofang. And Huamao gets confederated in. A new child is born. We're going to say, ¿Por qué no los dos? We're just going to take the work of craftsmanship. And we get a whole bunch of new items. South pointing chariot. Alright, yeah, it always points south. 15 loot on army and 10% campaign movement range on army. Well... Let's get that for Yuan Yao. He'll always know which way is south. And that'll help with the fact that we've got Trebs in this army. And then here we get to take the Jade, which is going to be very good, of course. Because it lets us move through, not for the money, which doesn't exist.
Okay, so this plus Warblade. This plus Warblade set gives you 25 melee damage, own army. Well, I sure love that. So this is a set you can only complete if they're not like the unique character as well, so that's always nice. Man, these set bonuses, we gotta look at more of them. Yeah, look at this. You know, we get one of those, and then the Kindred Jiang. Yeah, you know, some of these sets are amazing, and we're just gonna find a way to use them someday. Like, cause you're here, but what if we just... take this one off of, you know... No, because they're in the south here, and that would actually be Lady Zhurong's armies coming in. Yeah, yeah.
团结一心。时值丧乱，生民鲜少。
I'm like, she's literally wearing them right now. This set is already active right here already, as if by accident. All right, good stuff. Does it stack? Now we're gonna see. It does not? That is okay.
时局变动，戡乱讨逆。
We can just take it away from him later if we want. Alright, what we see here is... Sun Chuan shows up. Like what? Alright, so what we want to do now is just go right here and move to ambush and hope that Lu Bu comes and wants to fight me. That's what we have to hope for right now. We're gonna move a little further away and go to ambush. Try to draw them out. Try to glean what afflicts them. Right. This army, well, we hardly need all of these forces going this way.
正在行军。释放怒火，消灭敌军。乱军。
The thing about taking the gate pass is the internal replenishment immediately kicks on for you as soon as you take it, so you get that big 20%.
此城归我军所有了。
And you know, now he's trying to survive here. It's not gonna work. We're gonna move forward. All of these guys are totally fine, and it's autumn now, which means the winter next turn, but if we just... get to raiding, they'll be just fine there. And then we'll be able to move in and take Chang'an away, as if to say, Cao Cao, you are really, really about to be for poorer. Because look at this, you know, like, is, No, they haven't moved against him yet. The Kingdom of Wu, the cowards, are still trying to play nice with Cao Cao, as if to say that I'm the real threat. But really, if you look at the map and you don't understand how much money and power I have, you know, it's like, okay, I have a lot of stuff here, but Wu has all of this, and this blue guy works for them too. Like, they've got a huge chunk of land, power, and influence. It's not like we're beating up on the whole world. They still are plenty strong. It is like we're beating up on the world because we're stronger, you know, taller, with more attractive elephants, and you know, a lot of children that will bring honor to us all soon to grow up. But that will all have to wait. The Bandit Network will not have to wait. We will research this Hunters of the Young, and that will give us the ability to get Young Hunters. And here we see Xiahou doing, trying to be like an actual menace here, but it's not gonna work. We're just gonna spin off this army to the north, and then, you know, wherever he tries to go, we'll be able to follow him. And we'll just kick this dude here. Xiahou Dun is clever to stay to the ocean, of course, because he knows, he doesn't, that I don't want any fights that are auto-resolves. They make me unhappy. But this one army can deal with his one army. But importantly, we're just going to I'm like, oh, we already have Bandit Stronghold here. Alright, good. I knew that. I was testing me. Because now that I'm looking at the set bonuses, there's plenty of sets that are every bit as good as a unique item. Because 10% melee evasion for your own army is better than regular good. That's very good. And speaking of, she can get that online right here. $10 for the whole army. But we need to get Yangfeng. Oh, he's already got an elite horse. Chengmu's already got the elephant. We'll get the peacekeeper here. Now, in her old age, we shall give her the finest of horses. You know, this is... I'm like, this is an army that needs... Anyway. And what we want to do is... Yeah, we do want to move to this side. Yeah, because Zushu's there. You know, there's going to be plenty of opportunities for brawling. We'll go to ambush, like, right here. No, we won't. You know, and then over here, because Liu Bei is coming that way, now we can... make landfall here, and I think... Well, plus these two armies are very strong indeed. No slouches here.
今日此胜，乃承天之恩泽。百姓定会丹食湖江，夹道欢迎。
And we will keep the agricultural garrison fortress, because these... The Cao Cao's unique building here, you know, gives you huge replenishment on top of the food production and a very good garrison. Of course, the pre-battle deployables could be good too, but... You know, from just here with this building, that gives us 40% replen for these armies. Very nice indeed. And let's get... couple hidden axes there. The Peacekeeper. Royal Guard. I think really just one White Horse Raider is enough for me at this point. You know, there's lots and lots of armored things, and I like my hidden axes. I like my armored smashing troopses. What we've done here is hopefully put the pressure on enough quadrants where, because even if Zushu marches over this way, we've got all of this online. I think what we do... No, we just stay inside the city, right? And then go to ambush here, and if they move in, then we'll fight, and if they move in 3 armies, then we'll fight 3 armies, first 3 armies, plus our garrison, which is already nearly online. Seems good. Because they have the pressure here, and now on this side they're going to worry about defending Dong, and, you know, we are definitely getting the crunch on them. And we're just starting this war here because, hey, I noticed they were here. And then we'll need to leave, you know, probably just like one army, you know, one army and a big castle with a granary at the border. Because if he takes this land, you know, so what? And then all of this is sort of ancillary as well. But what we'll do here is hit him and make him run away there. And yeah, because he's part of the Kingdom of Wei there, so he tried to get into this to get out of the tribute that we had, but that didn't work in the long run. Shame, right? And, you know, a trade agreement, we've got tons of junk. Let's just give them some junk. How about this area? After all, he'll pay me from the trade, and then we'll give him back more of the money. But now, you know, we are outpacing his contributions that we have to pay back to him. But I think the whole of the empire splits the tribute, you know. I don't think they all get 25% each, so we would run out of money really quick, huh? Oh, thieves give negative loot to own army, so that is a thing to have to watch out for in the early game, because they're not only on the wrong side of the tree, but they have negative loot, which is fine in the late game, but is very bad in the early game when you really need all the loots that you can scoot around. And we're just hoping that the Lady Wu makes landfall here. She's running out of supplies, right? Hate that for her. Just a real shame. Oh, Ba doesn't have the walls. Let's force them up real quick. Well, it'll make yeah. The walls come from this, but the get our bunches of foods. The port does nothing. Yeah, so the road plus the bow, firing rate for the own army, very good. All right, now we don't really need to worry about the Namen so much, right? Because we have the ideal land to push them back. You don't want these parts of the commandery because that pushes you too far over on the other side. It's a long walk in here. If only we had a couple nicer ways of dealing with them. Chinchi, Careless Capitan. Gives 20% charge bonus to all units, but you know. Looks like he also walks you into ambushes, but I mean, what's the problem there with a big charge bonus? And it looks like he didn't get caught doing his thing. We're just going to wait a turn for more of these guys to get, you know, some more points, and then we're going to try to get on them there. But soon enough, we'll be pushing the Kingdom of Chu back, and, you know, I'm sure they're going to be upset with how things are going, but they are the 4th strongest person in the world, you know, so... You know, being under the Empire here, maybe the vassalage thing combined with the Empire payouts is what's keeping them poor. You know, I never even thought of that. That's super funny. Because the more vassals you have, the more you have to share as the Empire thing. But all right, a great turn, a magnificent turn. But let's see what Wei thinks about this. You know, is he going to try to make landfall with Xiao He Dun? We'll be able to walk up and catch him. You know, is he going to try to move against our incursion there? Maybe. The ideal would be that he tries to reposition to the other place where we took that farmland in the north of the Central Plains. And then we'll just be able to swarm in across the river. But we'll see. Alright, perfection. Xiao He Dun makes landfall at the far side of that place there, which is hardly going to help him. I mean, it'll get him off of the ocean, I think right in time for winter. You know, so he's going to have some military supply problems. And now they move to besiege us here. Now, there is an army inside of it, which was already a little beat up, but we know that we have an army in ambush right outside. So we'll be able to do a very nice 2v1 here, or potentially a nice 2v1. Zhang Yan has joyous occasion. A new child, a daughter has been born to Jianfeng, and, you know, that'll be a great happiness. Yeah, they already gave him an army. Discredit a character there. And now we can discredit the faction with Zhang He. And here. And here. And the next one would take 44, so we don't do it again, but we can get a specific one on somebody. Yuan Shu. No, I mean, getting Lu Bu would obviously be the ideal here. But, you know, getting Sun Quan in the air would be quite the pull as well. And I think we're going to be able to do, I think we are busting them open here with this dissatisfaction. And he's at 2 now. It's 44 there. We can do it one more time. Zhuge Liang! And now a huge amount of their forces are willing to spy. Well, you know, as much as getting Zhang He would be fun, it's clear that getting Kongming is the way to go. And what we're going to do is just... I mean, we'll keep on letting him spy there, I guess, for a second, and then we'll use him. No, let's just go ahead and extract him. Well, he doesn't have quite enough undercard network. We'll leave him for a turn. But, you know, we're seeing that in the right circumstances, we can really make everybody in this faction pretty upset. And that's just what we want. Yes, it's just what we want. And we figure Zhu Chu's army is over this way somewhere. We need...
静以养神，正在行进，快快攻击！
Yeah, we're just gonna do
向
this.
世人宣告我军大业，不能这样。准备进港，全速前进，志如流水。不断前行。 扬帆起航，准备远征。
And we make landfall, because that's the most important thing. If they want to march over here and fight like a 3v2, even though 2 of us are in March, that's totally fine. I don't think that's what they will want. Not least because it's not going to be a 3v2. Oh, yeah, we can make it over there right now. Beautiful.
为天下黎民，怒吼吧！ 为了天下苍生
Because this point of contact doesn't matter at all.
跟撞而
And we just punch up this way. And now, all of these forces, and Cao Cao himself, the Emperor, he thinks that we're coming for him. But look at us, just skirting all of these forces and pushing over here. Beautiful, beautiful strategery. Just the kind of strategery that you expect from a guy like me.
拿起武器，我军必胜。心怀忠正，一往无前。
三思而后行，整装待发。
为了天下大义。
And we'll be able to roll up that right there.
全力奋战，则战无不胜。
And we're gonna give him this silk trader over here. We're gonna be like, hey, you know, in recognition of our empire, we're gonna give you this one place to have silk. It's gonna mess up the map a little bit. It'll be fine. Nah, Ma Teng's alive over here anyway. And if this gets him an army over here where he actually starts doing something, that'll be cool. Because we want him to have ambitions, right? We don't want him to just be, like, locked in the little corner over there. We want him to go and fight people. We want him to brawl. We want him to feel alive here. And it looks like Lady Wu is running away up the river with Lu Bu. That's not going to save Sun Quan here, who is going to be an upset boy for sure as he runs away. Thinking he can escape, but he can't.
每打赢一场，天下就安定一分，一统天下。
他们必会中此圈套，
一往无前。
We just go to ambush here to see if they'll come off of the river. If they attack here, we just retreat. No big deal. And, you know, this is... yeah, we absolutely need more of these armies in this direction. It's clear, but Ma Yunle and Yuan Shao, for all that I thought they were going to roll in here, I mean, this is clearly a very important theater of the war now here in Shu, since we want to hold on to this land for our amazing armor crafter. I mean, 6% armor faction-wide is worth any amount of wars that we have to be in. I'm going to take a short break, and we will be right back. Alright, she's our bandit queen. And we are back again. The Winter 214. We can't quite make contact there.
杀呀！正在行进。原地候命。出发。
So what we want to do here...
稍事休息。
Oh yeah, he's bandit, so no night battles out of him. She doesn't have it yet, and he doesn't have it yet. That's alright. She doesn't have it yet. He doesn't have it yet. No night battles.
心境澄澈，天下
But,
庶几可
alright,
定。
so Han Hao
is here with Yuan Huan, who has an imperial army with the Lancer Cav and stuff. Very scary.
居安思危，未雨绸缪。
Oh, right. And here you go. So the way Night Battle works when they're besieging is you get to keep all of your forces on. And, because... Which, I knew it worked like that when you're inside, but it also works as you're a reinforcing army. So, Night Battle very much is devastating. I don't even remember who had it here. I guess somebody had it in their tree, and I didn't realize.
舍身尽忠。
Oh, thanks to the bat, this army, that's right, this army. But by doing that, we push them off very, very badly. And again, due to the way Night Battle works, see now, because they're not besieging, they'll just get clicked off there, but... you need to have it... It has to be a specific sequence of events, right? Because if you have a devastating power and they didn't know you were there, they will run. But when you get to the battle, if it's not so strong that they think they're going to lose, that's when you might be able to get your big Night Battle boost. And then here...
一统山河，全军出击。
Here, actually, we can have a big battle between our forces, or a night battle thing. I think I like this battle just fine. Let's get to it. Now, the Chen Peacekeepers are beat up, and so too are a couple of our heroes. Well, a lot of our heroes, actually. I don't know if I like this fight as much anymore.
再接再厉。
Because we can totally just back up. It doesn't hurt us. We popped the one army. And, yeah.
大道如一。
We'll go here and go to ambush this time.
必致灾祸。
And we'll get reserves for the place. And Guanxing, who we totally need to get into an army before it's too late.
“寒风刺骨”，诸位还需保存力量。这样行不通。烈火燎原，尽情厮杀，养兵千日，用兵一时。每一步都颇具智慧。
Because, I honestly don't care if they take this land. Losing the charge bonus there stings, I guess. Who am I kidding? I wanted 1,000 charge bonus. And now we'll never get it. But...
开战！
到此为止了。
But he's such a chump, he won't even pay me tribute. Of course, the Kingdom of Wei now, desperately wants to pay me, but we're not willing to accept that from them. Because we need the Emperor's seat first. Alright, that sorts out everything on this front.
You know, we might as well just fill out the north there. You know, when you have single turn research, it's alright not to look at what the stuff does every now and then. Alright, a good turn, a fine turn. Let's see what Wei tries to do. Oh. They just wanted to have the fight. Got it. Seems fair. Of course, with our positioning here, we'll just replan like everything over the end turn. And we're just gonna hope that our forces there... No, it looks like they're gonna go into unfriendly territory. They're not gonna be able to get at us, but that will stop us from replenishing, which is gonna be annoying, but... You know, we did leave the entire other side of the river undefended. This is, broadly speaking, not good. I thought we could get away with it. No, we've got, like, some people over there. And, of course, he moves right into us. It looks like someone is besieging our city from the other side, so that'll be just fine. You and Tan, we will release you. I bet you'll see things my way before too long. Yep, we're seeing how difficult it is to do what we need to do, even though we're quite strong, right? But that is that's what it's all about, you know. It's we could. The only thing we could have done really differently is we could have moved more of our people in stealthy turns against the foe, and it looks like plenty of our people are upset. And he is, you know, defection imminent. We're not too worried about it. One of our spies comes home. This turncoat gives us a foot in the door. And we're just going to wait a couple of turns here for our people to get a little bit more points. And then we will try to, because we get, you know, we get 50 a turn, so we're just going to try to do a little better there. Oh, yeah, there we go. Shoot. The Kingdom of Chu is definitely ready to brawl, right? They are not shrinking away from this fight, but fortunately, you know, the Empress is down here, and we've got Yuan Shao's crazy stack and Mayan, so, you know, we've got really, because in my head it was like, Wu, what? You know, we didn't even interact with them or two, so like it was always going to be us and the Cao Cao show. But like now we're seeing that, you know, we definitely underestimated the amount of power that the Kingdom of Chu was going to be able to push out. But that'll only go so far. As he runs off here, and we are going to crunch up a lot of them here. Now, there is going to be an Unman incursion in the south, which is, of course, a problem. But what we'll probably do is drop an army somewhere and then spin up another one over there. Because repositioning stuff is totally a fine thing to do. And we just ambush here. Really, not to get an ambush, but because we're hoping that they will be, you know, unable to resist the allure of attacking me.
协力出击，正义必胜。我等
We
应设
finally
宴
make it
庆贺
into these 2 small stacks.
把俘虏放回去吧。齐心协力，杀！
And this guy, man,
又
this
是你
guy,
这
right?
厮，
Talk about a spy thing not working out, because that was like the remnants of Liu Zhong's faction, which, you know, used to belong to his father and his father before him. But what we want to do now is
向前进军，不贪享乐。
roll these people up this way, because this triplet
威武
stack
不
is
屈
definitely going to be able to deal
保
with
存
this.
体力，
And then, of course, that is very nice.
我
And
等心怀忠贞，才有此胜。
the other
现在
thing, too,
来
is
尽情
strategically,
庆贺
all
吧
of these elements are coming together. As messy as a lot of stuff is
对他们
looking,
严加处罚，恐怕颇为不易。全军听令。
because we hit Cao Cao in 3 different places across the river, and in the north before that, and then on this other flank, you know, we get the jaws in, pushing the non-men towards Wu, and then, you know, like that that'll be something, all right. We have lots of levels to distribute. We'll deal with it when we see them.
全军注意，深谋远虑。
不可能这样做。
三思而后行。
静下心来，
And then here we're going to be able to... Oh, did we not build any stuff last turn? That's pretty funny.
奋
Well, in
勇
that
杀
case,
敌，
we break off the
见识一
siege
下我们的
here
激情。千层波浪
and，use our trebuchets. There we go. Use our trebuchets. Of course, having siege attacker is warping to a game. In Warhammer, we're used to always being able to siege as soon as we show up. This is, I mean, obviously something that makes the map play out a lot quicker.
一应万。
This police headquarters seems good. Don't need the guest house, and then we'll just build our Hall of Bandits to make our neighbors upset and make ourselves pleased. And here we're just building a granary. Because this might be a place that we need to hold out in sieges for, right? So we're just going to roll down until we get somebody with the good provisions thing. And fill it up. Because when you have that many provisions, then you can just leave an army here. No matter what they siege, it would take like forever, like 2 whole years to get through them before you even suffer attrition. Which means, you know, they won't be able to get you down, which is always so nice. All right, here. You know, the +1 seasonal ready deployment is probably worth keeping. And we're going to keep this big malice to movement. Nah, probably not. I mean, we'll do it for a second. And it gives loot to adjacent commanderies, which could be good, but... You know, we're not going to worry about it too much because after just a short amount of time, it's going to be quite safe up in there. And here we see Cao Cao fighting alongside Liu Bei. He's going to get here. He's going to get here a little bit too late, right?
这样行不通。
奋力一战。
Because we have, count them, 6 armies here,
乃承天之
which
恩
is
泽。
just about enough to do whatever we need to do. boom.
我的激情更盛了。
Boom, 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 boom.
根壮而后，枝叶繁茂。
And we get that big boost and the retinue deployments. So good, so good. Like, why can't we capture a place that has a school, right? Like a nice experience booster. That'd be cool. Be cool if he wasn't too cool for the school. But we have a ton of food now because I think we got some tech somewhat recently that got us a bunch of quite nice stuff on that front, but don't need this building at all. I don't think the grain storage is that important for here, but, you know, it might. Might be something to get. And we're going to hit the teaching assignment here since, you know, we might be having a bit of a war, and then it'll be nice for everybody to learn them something.
此战乃是为博取荣耀。有话直说。准备伏击，保存体力，不要分心。
Because what we want to do now is lay an ambush on the road, thinking that if Cao Cao like moves here or marches towards here because he doesn't see it, either one will just be a devastation upon them. Big line of sight boost there. Love it. And it looks like they, you know, they've pushed us back here, but at what cost to themselves, right? So what we want to do now is hit Beihai? Beihai? Yeah. Yeah, that's what we'll do.
砥砺内心。大势已定。占领此城乃是谨慎之举。
Yeah, I don't actually think they can get through here.
准备作战。准备出击，上下一心，齐步前行。
My legendary girl gets to, you know, a big old level, but, you know, we are having some trouble getting onto the river here, onto the water. Can we just... I mean, I hardly want to.
开战！一统天下。
Yeah, we push him out. That hardly does anything. Can we catch him here? Yes, alright. That makes it worth it.
下之于地，上参于天。
I'm pretty sure we control the water here, so we'll still replenish. Xiahou doing...
这些贼兵，人
We
人都
execute
诛之
you.
一扫污浊。
Jingmu gets to level 7, which will take guerrilla deployment. Yeah. Oh no, we don't control the water actually.
定筹壮志。 我已归来。
Well, they get back on the water, and we're just going to go for this way, assuming we can. You know, this posturing is very important because the real power is over here. Well, I mean, they're all the real power, but the Emperor is that way. Lady Yan coming in with our boy Fa Zheng.
怀信念，奋力一战。
养精蓄锐。
Alright, everything's going perfectly over here. And Yuan Shao
天意如此。
is happy to move like so. Do we have any armies? No, we're at 24. You know, he...
我巴不得你快点说完。
Oh, this is like a different guy, and he has a different personality than his old man, so now he really, really is upset about the releasing of the generals. Well, you know, if he feels like he's gonna do some kind of thing about it, we'll be right here waiting for him. With our granaries.
我绝不动摇。
Because we were trending so positive, but now that the old man is gone and the new man son is here, you know, we're gonna be doing just fine there. And yeah, getting a ton of the reserves per turn. Does this go? Oh, so it's +4 reserve per turn faction wide probably, and not reserve capacity, although that was what I was thinking. So okay, so the more granaries you have, the more your reserves go up everywhere, on top of just being good sense. No, a little messy, but it'll all be fine over there. And really it's that we have, you know, a fair amount of armies in a fair amount of spaces that aren't really doing anything. We can...
大人到此，蓬荜生辉。大人亲临，士气大振。
大人有何吩咐？
We'll drop this army,
再一次
and then,
知道了家的温暖。
you know, we might make the King of Korea go to the south, but we'll pull up another army over somewhere else. Li Shi gets another level, my girl. Very nice. You already have your evade capture thing. But, you know, our spies will give them another turn to get their points. Our network, we're going to just continue solidifying our network of the north there. Because if they fight right now, then, you know, we have a brawl on the wall. But if they stay there for one more turn, we're going to be able to reinforce in. That would be greatly to our advantage. And of course, when these 5-7 armies from the north roll in here, after beating down Ma Teng, you know, that's going to be a lot more of the forces brought to bear. Because, you know, they weren't really doing much for a bit. So many noble children. It's so nice looking at the clock and seeing that I still have time. That's the important thing of waking up early, you know, 7 o'clock, 7:15. You know, you get to feel like you've gamed for a while and still have a little while before work. You know, no matter how many video games I play, I never feel like it's enough. But I'm willing to try to make it enough every day. If it was early in the campaign, we would try to bleed them there a little bit, knowing that we have towers. We're not going to worry too much about it. At this point, any armies they spend trying to support things is just fine for us. We are...
Yeah, we just want to back out here, right? Yeah. Which does make it to where we're not going to replenish there again. That's too bad. I wonder if this Duke's gonna move on us. But the guy in ambush is still just waiting there, geez. Well, you know. It's all about waiting for the opportune moment. That's the bandit way, you know. The Emperor way is the other guy. And the looters rule the north. Whatever, right? Whatever. Let them have it, that's what I say. You know, because they'll always be making me do stuff. He liberated Hanjin. Well, that might let us...
我还以为你死了。
My man doesn't want peace, so, you know.
迅速出
Good for
击
him.
请下命令。
Xiahou Yun has made his way to the pasture. Sun Quan did leave Wu, but he was unsatisfied and he ended up joining Wei instead. So there's a funny little effect of our spying, right? You know, sometimes they don't come to you when they're mad. That's okay. We've got a whole bunch of points now. Let's see what we can get done. First, we will run an interference. Alright, so plus 12 on the cost there. We just want to... Can we multiple discredit characters? I don't think so. We need to get enough people upset to where we can discredit faction, but it doesn't look like it's working here. Maybe if we get her. That's the negative 50 from recent events on these people, but if we can't... We just need somebody upset enough to be able to discredit the faction, right? Doesn't appear that it's working. Because we need people that are upset enough to do it, but you only get one -50 thing from the scandal about a specific guy. Which, you know, they might be too happy to upset. But, you know, maybe next turn... You know, maybe next turn enough people will be upset to where we'll be able to get them. We'll send another spy there. That'll help, right? We're going to poison the Empress's stock. You know, I don't know if this is doing anything, but it feels good to click the buttons.
暂缓行动。恕难从命，出发！
向前推进！诸位，举杯相庆吧！这是我们应得的。坚如盾牌，势如利刃。
拿起武器，杀！开战！
心如利刃，
开战！
But rolling on over him here in the pass feels wonderful.
正用得上此城。
Clint Eastwood gets the charge to negate own retinue. The Zhang New cavalry are deprecated pretty far at this point. So many spear choices, so many other choices too.
一棵病树，足以妨害整片树林。
The daring daredevils. They have a ranged weapon. That's something. Red cav with bows. I mean, I kind of love it. Because that's, you know, because they have, like, good AP, and then, you know, still have bows. So it's, like, the opposite of our other guys, who don't have good AP and have bows. But we'll get a flame follower there. These marauders are too old hat by now. Let's get a little stabby guy in the background, right? Yeah, why not? And the jaws spread ever quicker. They are besieging the farmland.
一统天下。 一统天下。
Yeah, so he can make his way off of the water here, cause them to flee. Of course, Zuchu is right there, but can we...
扫平天下。一往无前。振作起来。
get
身体
across
疲惫
here?
则心智不明。给我快滑！
And if we march here...
进港。振作起来。
Like if we march here, then yeah, we're going to be able to come in here to reinforce. Beautiful. Yeah, Yongfeng, I think, is going to be able to come in to help us brawl here.
稍事休息，传英名于天下。
And they try to flee there. That won't work. We're going to be able to roll up. Oh, yeah. Beautiful. Beautiful. They've already fled, so we're going to be able to come in here from getting pushed back over there. Sure, these armies are a little beat up, but now we catch them out here for a glorious tactical triumph there with teasing their armies forward and beating them down. Of course, they were super beat up, and we had, you know, 2 very fresh armies along with the 2 beat up ones, so taking the auto-resolve is just fine with me. They weren't that strong of forces, but we'll be having a big war with, big battle with Wei pretty soon. Ooh, a golden bow!
快去！
It makes one wonder which bow it
今日
is.
又得重燃。
切莫动摇。
Huang Fu Song's bow. You know, it greatly assisted him putting down the yellow turban scum, or so it says, but... yeah, I feel like we should give it to Han Jian, then. You know, since he's the... Yeah, we'll give it to him, and he will take up the bow of Huang Fu Song, you know, as our resident yellow turban dude. I mean, we could give it to Zhang Kai. Or we could hold on to it and give it to, like, one of the daughters when they grow up. That would be 5 years without using it, though. We'll think about it. We can't take it off of whoever we give it to, so... You do. The Poisoned Fang gets to Flames of the Phoenix. Ma Yunle gets a Night Battle for her army. Yunle is
稳住
gonna
阵型，
我不接受
fail
讨
to get
价
the
还
guy
价
here. I'm just going to get another army back in here, and their whole job is going to be to try to catch that guy.
该当如此。
行事谨慎，可称机敏。
势如利刃。
正气如火。
Only cavalry should be able to catch them. We're going to leave that to them. Do we want to... Well, the Empress is just fine here.
天灭奸伪，
Yeah, I think we'll just press against them here.
团结一致。
向前进军。
吾家4世3公，门多故吏。不行，匹夫之见。我的王朝即将崛起。
Because they have plenty of problems, and Lady Wu just, like, giving herself a big headache trying to navigate this river, trying to walk, like, all the way from her heartland to fight me over in Shu. You know, you just hate to see somebody getting so frustrated. That's how I feel about it. This guy is probably not a spy. He's probably just from that faction that has fallen. And hey, you know, when they're level 4, you kind of want to just grab them anyway. We got spies all over, riddling them with discontent. And, you know, we get to see a lot of what's going on over here because of it. Hey, the Duchy of Zhongwu now sees the benefit in paying us. Oh boy, do we ever make a lot out of that. Another 60 there, and, you know, Gongsu, he gets a piece of the greater whole, right? It's 25%, I think, of all the tributaries, so, you know, he's making more than he's given in, but just a little bit here, and we don't mind that. After all, he's all part of the Empire. You'd think it would make him like us better. You know, at any point, he totally could just, like, turn against us. But we're gonna hope that... We're gonna hope that he won't, like, do that. No, we've got enough to stand here, to stand in the breach, and be a problem for him. Do we want... I mean, this army doesn't need cav archers if it's going to be a holding army, right? The rest of this is just fine, yeah.
保持镇定。如此方可传布大业。迅如雷霆。
I'll give a little reserve bonus there. I think we're already kicking the big one. Yep, good stuff. And they're really a rocking hard place in here. If they try to move in here, you know, it'll just be a big disadvantageous blob for them. Really, we would just take the fight, because the army of the invisible elephant is nearly healed. Nearly healed? How can you be nearly healed? But worst case, they go to push here, and this army has to fight in March. That's not that worst of a case, right? Not for what we're getting on a macro level here for what we're doing. On this side, I think actually, no, this is the time for massive attack fight, right? This is the, this will be the time for the first huge fight with Wu.
折而不摧，回归原状。
拿起武器，智慧如流水。心如止水，气聚神凝。一往无前。
Because ideally, we start the fight with this army, because it's got trebuchets, so they won't have to move in, and then we'll get...
准备行动，立刻群敌。
怒吼吧！
We'll see how it goes. Because if we get him and Cao Cao here... Yeah, 2v2. Great. They've got 2 Imperial stacks. In the 6 stack. However, not like the craziest stuff outside of that. We've got 4 trebs. That's going to show up very well. Not a ton of cav in this army. He does heal. Can we get the third stack into this fight, is the question. We don't have to. And for that reason, I think we just take this 2v2. You know, it's not like we're showing up with nothing. We've got guys with silver weapons here. And Cao Cao, as fearsome as he is, and as fast as these guys are going to be, you know, fundamentally, just a 59-year-old man who is going to get absolutely crunched whenever we show up. This dude still has an axe band in his army. Make it make sense. Why would I be this way? It's fine. What won't be fine is when we drop our 600 charge. Well, he's got 563 charge, so, you know, it's, you know, he's pretty chargy himself, but you know, I think when we lost that 15 bonus from the order multipliers, it really hurt. Well, these guys will be a little bit of a headache to deal with. I don't think we have a Wisdom of the River here. We might, though, with him. Nope, he doesn't have it yet. Well, it'll be okay. It will be. All right, well, take a short break, and then we will have this brawl. It'll probably be the last of the video, but we'll see. Alrighty. Now, crucially, our backup army has, like, 10 units of hidden axes, which is going to be very, very good. Let's get to it. Now, the game predicts we'll lose. That's just because I'm not very good, and the game knows that. But what it doesn't know is that I've got 4 trebuchets. And the enemy does not have good answers for them. It doesn't even have bad answers for them. I would go so far as to say it doesn't have any answers for them. And here in the cold and the rain, now our reinforcements are going to come from here and just charge right across. That'll be great. And all we want to do is be in range of them and make them come to me. I'll have Right Horse Raiders to brawl a little bit, because of course our... It's going to be a little chancy if we want to get the initial trebuchet smash. I think I do. Because if we get them getting popped before their reinforcements even arrive, then that'll be good. Because with the Trebs already going, they will have no choice but to either flee or But I feel like they'll have no choice but to deal, right? I feel like they're just going to come in, which is fine, because if their cav just charges out, then we will deal with them first. If they don't just charge out, then we will deal with them later. The Lancer Cav already getting tuned up a little bit. We just need to decline these duels. There we see the Peasant Raiders just run away. Oh my goodness, he wanted to brawl, huh? I didn't realize we were doing that with him, but if we just don't... If we stay in motion, it'll be fine, and it was fine. He didn't have a bow. Oh, he didn't have a bow, so he's like, you want me to shoot those guys? All right, well... I'll do my best. But here, the Imperial Lancer Cavalry get absolutely obliterated, and that's such a strong unit. That is such a dang strong unit to get popped there. Beautiful. This is going essentially perfectly for us, right? This is exactly what we want to see in the early game. Our infantry will eventually get here, and our trebuchets are still having a great time hitting the foe. We're just trying to get away from this armor-piercing missile damage here. But here, we're going to... try to spin off here, because I think most of their forces are not here anymore, which is going to be amazing, because these are like Imperial crossbows, and that's exactly what has happened. They have spun off the infantry in the other direction to try to reform. A terrible misstep for Cao Cao, but of course our trebuchets are about to be all the way out of ammo. But you know, they've gotten their damage in. I'm sure they were fighting against, you know, they did most of it against, I guess, you know, cavalry, but that's totally fine. When you kill really good cavalry with it, you know, it's still that's a way of doing it. But crucially, they are very split up, and for all that they are trying to regain, you know, like this is an absolute disaster for them, right? Because he is very caught out. We're going to be able to pump up the jams, pump it up onto all of these fools of saber infantry. These archers getting knocked down, and you know, just brutal work here. Now, we are getting shot by some towers, so we are just going to pull away. We don't have any more trebs, right? The trebs are out of ammo. So we're going to try to move them to the back there to hide. I don't know if that's smart. We got one unit of crossbows there, the Chen Royal Guard, but we need to get everybody back here because it's time for round 2, right? It is time. We don't have the ranged units, right? The trebuchets are gone. Now it's time for the brawl. We do have some horse archers, right? Not a lot, but our very big infantry corps coming in, and hidden axes don't have no arrows. They've got some arrows.
But they come in and pop their melee buff as they charge. That's smart, you know. That means somebody will duel me that shouldn't. We're gonna duel Cao Cao with Zheng. Yes. You know, this is more of a story mode thing, right? Because he might actually win, but the Slayer of Tyrants here, you know, that'll give him an opportunity to have a party. And what we see now is, now that their evasion has worn off, they are embroiled in a terrible, terrible place. And Cao Pi running away, because they are stuck. They are stuck in the middle of my infantry, and it looks like our warriors of the foot doing just fine there, right? We're gonna pull these cav in here. And away there. Jia trying to charge in. That's not going to work out how he thinks. Zhang Kai has emerged victorious. And we're going to hit this roar, and now we're going to jump back because there are palace crossbowmen back there that are having too much fun. Too much fun indeed. Now, Cao Pi is not going to have too much fun here. We're going to chase after him. And the headhunters, you know, it's all about those headhunters. One unit of headhunters will give your foe such a headache that they will be hunting for their own head. That is why they are called headhunters. And on this front, just a brutal rollover of the middle forces as more and more of our joyous, powerful infantry scream and stream and fighting the Onyx Dragons there, fighting the Pearl Dragons here as they try to run. And there's some Imperial troops here, but now they are all splintering away, of course. These Imperial Sword Guard will hardly be able to stand up and fight once the rest of us are here. We just need to keep pressing onto the archers here as they run and run and run. A shameful display from the forces of Wei. How dare they? Oh, they dare. They dare to try to fight another day, but it's not going to work. It is not. They are not going to be able to get out of this. I mean, their faction will survive at least a little while, but we know very clearly that this is going to be the great battle where Cao Cao got trucked in a duel in front of all of his men, and it really lost a lot of the legitimacy that he had hoped to be garnering, you know, through this. Really getting tuned up here. And the sage with the wide eyebrows is going to charge directly into spears? No. Because it's not like we came out of this unscathed. You know, plenty of our guys got quite beat up. Not Zhang Kai. He's got healing, right? He heals himself. But everybody else is mostly fine. The secondary army is totally okay. You know, and some of the Marauders got a little trucked, but you know, hey, they were fighting Imperial Lancers, so. And Cao Cao's army taking a ton of casualties. You know, for all of the trebuchets, just say 50 kills. If that was 50 cavalry, it was totally worth it. Because what we really did in that early engagement was beat them up so badly that the reinforcements weren't able to make a difference. But I guess Cao Cao's was the reinforcements. So it was Changxia here who used to be in the hunting farm. I'm like, where are you from that you were that level? But, you know. But let's see what the result is. Well, they get pushed back is what one of the results is. But now
为了天下苍生。
启迪智慧。
胸怀中正。
Yeah, because with our huge movement here,
冲啊！
and this army was not even involved, so is totally
正在行进
totally faultless here.
胸怀中正。
Ma Liang gets his Ma Liang ability. So we put them into here.
回家的感觉真不错。
无法理解。不贪享乐。开战！
And this, yes, we'll have one more awesome battle. Yeah, so we will fight against this remnant with Gao Shun here, and then the Yubei's force as well, and then we'll fight this little thing, or we could just knock them off, and then have an even bigger fight. Yeah, that's better, because they were basically gone anyway.
胜敌军一筹。我等非蛮夷也，心怀智略。快去！
万物失节。
Because from here, yeah, we're going to be able to get one that
柔以克刚。
为天下苍生，正在行进。
that everybody's involved in.
消灭敌军。
Oh, he's trying to run still. Well, we'll get this one that everybody will be involved in.
拉弓之时需屏气凝神。
And we can even bring in the trebuchets at the start.
快
Beautiful.
攻击！
Oh, he could run away.
不行。
Well, not so beautiful.
力求上进，功名震天。
Well, you know. We should have taken the one. It's alright.
万民之声不可小
This
觑。
is the Imperial Army beat up again. The army of their emperor, not our Imperial Army.
都是为各自信念而战，谨遵命令。
And he falls over most pitiably, you know.
三思而后行。
And now Liu Bei has the only army over
忍
here.
受苦难，
How quickly the turntables turn,
一往
right?
无前，以柔克刚。
恢复原样。向前进军。
无心明也。
说吧，朕听着。
He would actually be almost willing to join my empire, which is pretty funny. I mean, he very much wants peace. He'd probably be willing to abdicate if that were even available to him, but it isn't. And you know, his emperor seat must fall before we're able to achieve peace with such a guy.
做好准备，保持原样。一往无前，我已归来，欢呼吧！
保持原样，报仇雪恨。
He's in march, so he can't run away. Boom, boom,
这就是
boom.
轻视我等的代价。
Chutai, give me your spear. Hu Mao, you must be executed.
杀了他们，以儆效尤。
Chutai, well, sorry about your spear, buddy.
这是他们咎由自取。恶名昭彰又有何妨？
Do we give her solemn trust and take her red sisters away? I mean, she doesn't need the fatigue immunity anymore, right? You know, why not?
“传心守贞”，全军注意！
And Zheng gets to level 9. Now we don't need to worry about the attrition thing. Running speed, good. Chance to capture people, good. But really, this G is going to be amazing because, you know, the ward save is just very nice.
“心怀怨怒”。 此战世间无人不知，我所看重之人，皆是精兵良将。进军。
And we catch them. And rolling up these fools. That's all you gotta do. That's all you gotta do.
如今海内皆知。
You make them come to you, and then you hit them.
我用不上他们，这群人只会拖我们后腿。
Alright, so he's happy, but it's 9 more turns. That's totally fine. Yeah, we need, like, Wu needs to, like, have somebody, like, lose a battle or something. We just need a little bit of satisfaction loss for him. And then we can come in over the top. We got spies all over. But our new tributary paying us plenty. Positive 188k, and I keep on being like, am I gonna run out of money? No, probably not. Probably not gonna run out of money. Okay, what we want to do now is just... And with ranged units, well, you know, we also have... Yeah, let's just finish up the Confederation of Horsemen there. I'm not sure if they're just like exploring or they're trying to go hit Cao Cao or what, but we'll see.
心如利刃.
We'll certainly see. Everybody's moved, everyone's gone, everything is awesome. Shuofang is here. You know, he's an old man now, right? No, he's just 45. He's quite young when it starts out. My fault. He's 20 at the beginning of all this. I thought for some reason he was a little older than that. Well, Thought he was like 40 at the start. Shows what I know. Powerful bandit. Crushing power. But obviously the real bandit is us. And here we get the fight that we were looking for. Sure, some of our forces are a little crunched, but some of theirs are too. Chu will be here. The Tiger Fool. Do I have time for this? Yeah, probably. So we don't have any trebs here. But okay, so what's their reinforcement look like? First army, Imperial stack, but not a full one. Second army, we got some dragons, but then some militia. Plenty of potential problems, but we have lots and lots and lots of crossbows in these armies, so that should allow us to solve them. This first force, well, we've got peacekeepers and stuff that are barely going to be in for it. Well, we'll just see how it goes. No, not retreat! We clicked a quick save there, yeah, alright, good deal. Not retreat. We clicked a quick save, that's going to let us to the fight. I'm like, no, I wanted to fight that one. Now, if we were on the attack, of course, we would get, 40 more morale, but I bet with what we have, we can make it work.
主公若不及时止息兵戈，百姓必将揭竿而起，力争太平。海内战乱纷纭。
Because we have Yongfeng stack, but that means we have the invisible elephant. Do we have anybody who has mending here? No, she's a little hurt, but we'll see. We'll see what we can do. They've got their forces, we've got ours. Now, their first army is very scary. They've got 2 partial Imperial stacks there, so we just want to make sure that we're meeting up with our allies where we want to, over here. Even beyond that, we're just gonna... the one horse archer will have to get a lot of value here. Are they gonna be able to catch it? I mean, maybe. Probably. Because they're both incredibly beat up. We're going to withdraw the Qin peacekeepers and these marauders. Because they are so beat up, and then we're just going to... Okay, so over here is where the reinforcements from the city are going to be from. Now, they are very fast. We're just going to need to start running away immediately. Please run away, guys. There we go. This big building in the middle will be a bit of a headache for them, but... Because as soon as they get right here, these cavalry, they're about to have a bad time, right? They didn't know this was going to happen to them. But, all right, so we want to actually... We're going to withdraw these two people. Because I need another retinue in here, right? But here, we're going to charge just regular cav into them. They're not going to be able to do too much against us, of course, because although they are armored, now they've got our big charge bonus infantry even on them. They're going to crumble away. What we're going to do here... The thing is, they've spun off this cav to deal with us, but it's not going to help them over much, right? Okay, and this guy is now doing ballistic rain, but we ran out of the way of it. Beautiful. And there's only cav archers here to support him, so we're going to just charge up our regular guys at him. And on this front, I have to assume that our infantry with this charge bonus is going to delete them, and it is exactly what happens. Beautiful. Beautiful stuff, you know. I don't know what they were thinking. I do know what they were thinking. They were thinking I would get away with it, but they won't get away with it. No, they won't. Of course, our Zhanbei headhunters are getting trucked on by their archers, but that's worth it for this murder of Koito that happens there. And we're just going to bounce out here now that we are in range. And hope to... Because now we're going to pull them into the range of these crossbows. Because these cavalry over there are getting beat down by our just like casual dudes. That's a great feeling. Now, the Zhanbei headhunters got pretty shot up there, but they will still be good for another snipe whenever Zhu Chu shows up. And, of course, their horse archers now, seeing that what a horse archer doesn't want to do is be outranged by a stationary archer, which is just what we have served up for them. But horse archery is a dish best served cold. And on this front, of course, they are going to have more and more people coming against our split-off forces, which is abstractly kind of fine. We don't want to... You know, the further away from the rest of our troops those are, the better, because bits of cavalry fine. Imperial Gate Guards, you know, we probably lose pretty handily to that. But speaking of losing pretty handily, they sure are about to, right? The Invisible Elephant is not yet here. But anything that keeps them spread out, right? Because, well, these troops over here would be great, but it's just fine with me if they don't end up coming in. And what we need to do now is get into position here. Now, they're going to try to flank around here because they're very clever, but they don't know that our Fist of the Bandit Queen are here. And when their cav tries to come in this way, well, then we're going to keep shooting them up. So as they're trying to bring their cav in to bear here, we now have Zhu Chu right where we want him.
时势已尽，拔剑杀敌。
But we're gonna charge Lance Cav here. We hit this. And I'm pretty sure, yeah, Zhu Chu is running for the hills, running for his life. These gate guards here, we hardly want that to be happening, though. We need to get on him with the Cav, not what we're doing here, which is not being on him with the Cav. Of course, the heavy Tiger and Leopard Cav are in here now, and it's a big old brawl. No evasion or armor on the front due to the strategist. We have to get out of there. Our forces on that side are going to get crunchy, but let's get Dongmin here. Just one hidden axe on him, and then Zhu Chu, you know, he's now going to get charged by this Cav, and on this front, oh, yikes. Well, you know, it could have worked. But we're gonna support here. We're gonna get the cavalry off the back of us first. And actually, you know, for being a couple of crummy little forces, they definitely are getting it done. And I don't think any of these people were oath-sworn to Zhu Chu. We need to get out to the back here. Into the center there. And there we go. Now, another army showing up with fresh retinues. We need to pull these guys back. Jeez, okay. Because a lot of our crossbows getting caught up here, right? Not what we want to see, but... Ponlin, you know, you're just gonna have to eat this and hope that we get an oath-sworn kick, right? But of course, on this force, we're gonna be running in, and we got a new stack of headhunters in. Beautiful. And on this front, you know, for all that these Imperial Gate Guards are happy, they're not that happy. We're gonna be able to keep on shooting them a little bit, keep on brawling here, and then whenever these bandit warriors get in, you know, we're gonna get something out of it. There we go, there we go. Just need to get onto these palace crossbowmen. Running the wrong way. Shoot the Azure Dragons, come in here. Hit the blob. But their reinforcements getting trucked on, and of course they have to cross this whole big field here, and crucially, holding on a little bit over there even. But we know there's Imperial Gate Guards here, because you can see them, and hey-oh, the invisible elephant, it's time to go. My girl Jung Mu shows up. She says, oh, I heard there was a party. You can't have a party without an elephant. That's what I always say. And on this front, we charge in here and here. Getting great damage on the Gate Guards, and I think with this charge comes in, actually, right? Yeah, we're gonna... These bandit warriors will do pretty decent on them. These Saber militia are fleeing. Makes sense. To the bandit warrior charge. And yeah, we're totally gonna, with a bunch of bandit trash, get top tier units running away. Gotta love it. But Flames of the Phoenix there. But beautifully escorting the foe away. Of course, these guys a little caught up, but that's all right. And shattering the Imperial Gate Guards, get wrecked. Whoever saw such a performance out of a bandit garrison, I ask ya. But actually playing super well, right? For being split up on the map a little bit and getting things where they needed to be. But we got our gore going, and beautiful. We go in here to the gate guards and get a stomp, and get a stomp. Beautiful. Just got to keep the Oliphants moving. Oh, Yongfeng. He gets too embroiled in battle, gets jumped by some heavy cav out in the field. That's all right. He'll get better. But now we've got a Wisdom of the River coming in. These guys are out of ammo. You love to see crossbows out of ammo, right? That just means you've done great. Yongfeng gets downed. Well, you know, that makes Saijin Shu so far away. Get a little frisky feeling. Oh no, the Invisible Elephant fighting against Cav. Yeah, a lot of Cav coming in all of a sudden. Of course, we've got Cav all of a sudden of our own. And Imperial Power Crossbowmen here, who are melting us. We need to get onto them. But when the terror starts rocking, that is how it works. We need to get in here. And we got to imagine they won't be too much longer for this world, but got to prepare for them to be longer in the world anyway. Gonna get off the mount and hit him with our big ol' stick. He runs. You know, Jingmu, she has 11,000 hit points. I mean, she has a bunch. She just looks weakened, right? But of course now, without any of their armor in this block, they will get just deleted by spears. Because spears that connect 100% of the time, they're going to get it done. Wizard of the River, an amazing force multiplier. Although, due to the fact that we often are on other sides of the tree from it, or forget about it, or they're not on the battlefield. Because if she had been in here for that big blob fight early, like, man oh man, would we have been able to rock out. But of course, that's true of Invisible Elephant and all the other things as well. Moderately true. Oh, this guy's still fighting.
凤翔云端，杀呀！奋力一击，不要留情！杀呀！
But this backup army, I imagine they'll just army loss off. But hey, there we go. Another retinue comes out. What an epic fight.
时机已至，
做好准备，进攻！
And of course, she is able to roundly convince the foe that they would rather be anywhere else. The crossbow is going to match up well against our bandit hunters, I think. You want to duel me? Do I have, like, any HP? But we rock out here. Now we are being chased by cavalry on the elephants. We just don't need to stand still. And we'll get the Chen peacekeepers to rescue her. As well as these spears.
准备好了，冲啊！不要留情！尽情厮杀！准备开战！跑起来！我军士兵正在四散而逃。 准备就绪，加快速度。准备好了，上，做好准备，速速前进。
But we hit him with the ballistic rain. And of course our crossbows on this front now get to start moving forward a bit. The elephant is out in the open. The arsonist has oddly shaped feet. Oh, and now we've got some shock cav elements here. We are totally winning the fight against these crossbows. Way too many people are chasing these onyx dragons. And he gets embroiled in spears. That's smart. But we need to turn towards these crossbows now. Sergeant Shu's been defeated. I don't even know where she was fighting anybody. That's okay. You know, she'll be alright. But here, a beautiful battle, an awesome, awesome battle, where we crunch the united forces of Wei, right? Beautiful. A beautiful victory. They called it close. I mean, we would have been alright no matter what. But, you know, some of us started a little beat up. Some of us started a lot beat up. But they ended up a lot more beat up. Hey, Neo.
Unfortunately, you've caught us near the end, but it's good to see you, my friend. For although I've been going for 4.5 hours, it is about time for work. But we just beat this 4-stack. You know, it was more like a 3.5, but still, you know, we brought our huge army to it, and we didn't capture anybody, but that's okay. And they took that fight. Yeah, they took that fight, so that's perfection. That's all of us in our own land gonna get to replenish, I think. And that, in combination with the beatdown we put on Cao Cao during our turn, is going to very much leave him on the back foot. King Meng Ho? I thought you were paying me. Is this how we find out that we aren't friends anymore? Well, if I didn't think we were friends anymore, I just don't know if I could bear it. Saijin Shu actually dies in battle. She was 71. Maybe she died of old age. No, they don't die like that of old age. Well, we have a chance to give her very good retinue to somebody of a lower level. You know, why not our boy Zushu? Because he might be a spy? Just go double assassin here? Yeah, why not? A new daughter is born to the house, and yes, killed to the light of duty. Saijin Shu, 71 years old. Brave and heroic. But Zheng Pinchen, an adopted child of the family, you know, we'll just get a poison volley in here, why not? Alright. Now, as much as I want to keep on going, I would also like to get to work on time. I mean, I don't care. I just, you know, I would like to. So... The Kingdom of Wu likes me now? The Kingdom of Wu loves me because of how much we've been beating down the Kingdom of Wei. Got it. That's fun. And obviously he's like incredibly desirous for peace here, but that doesn't matter. But there we go. No, there we go. Our beautiful Dominion, the Queen of the North. From Korea to Shu, an unbroken line with just a little bit of stuff in the middle. And, you know, for all that we didn't move far on the map in this, you know, we did very good work. You know, all the battles we were having in this direction, you know, at least it's something. I wish Wu would fight Wei, but they're too much of cowards, right? They're just happy to have us do it, and they're still trading with them. Pathetic. But what we've done here, of course, is crunch Wu, or Wei, rather. They are entirely on the back foot. Cao Cao's army got popped. All of these armies got popped. So we're going to be able to roll in here, and in a year or so, probably by 216, we're going to be able to take their capital city and take it. Now, maybe our daughter will get to grow up and fight before all that happens. I sure hope so. But that's neither here nor there. What is here is the end of the video. Thanks for watching. Thanks for listening. Hope you enjoyed. Neo, sorry I didn't get to catch you for longer, but it's good to see you, my friend. Hope you're well. And Ellie, always good to spend some time. And perhaps I will see you guys later on. I'll be here tonight. Or if you're watching in the future, disregard the time-sensitive information. It is unlikely to be true for very long. But what is? I wonder. For the Bandit Queen. See you guys.